Magic and Mayhem. Melancholy Maine Magicks Book 2. Sierra Graves. Chapter 1. Norn. The headlights of my Silverado lit up the town sign as I drove past, then stopped on the two-lane blacktop road. Melancholy Maine, I muttered to the empty cab. Nice to meet you. A sudden gust of wind blew dead leaves and tall bits of grass across the road, straight into my windshield. The branches of the trees creaked as they bobbed up and down with the wind. The lights by the sign flickered, and for a second I thought someone stood in the middle of the road. Looked like a tall guy, but then the lights came back on, and the wind died as if it hadn't just been blowing at all. Exhaustion, I tried to reassure myself, gripping the steering wheel tighter. Just exhaustion. Of all the places for the hunters to send me, it had to be a tiny little town off the coast of Maine. Small towns weren't usually my thing. Too quiet. I shifted the truck back in drive, after sitting for a few seconds of waiting to see if the figure would reappear. Not like I was holding up traffic. I continued down a winding road through thick trees until houses appeared. Most had a front porch light on, but there was no one on the sidewalks, and I was one of 5 cars on the road. As I checked my phone, attached to the dash, the GPS told me I was about 2 streets away from G's bed and breakfast. I'd been driving for 3 days straight. I wasn't sure how I made it here without crashing, to be honest. A quick glance at the floorboards on the passenger side revealed coffee and energy drinks were to thank for my arriving in one piece. And it was probably the reason I hallucinated the weird wind and someone standing in the road. Almost as if he was waiting for me. I rubbed hard at my eyes, willing myself to let it go. Meant nothing. Neither did the strange sensation that this wasn't my first time here. None of the buildings looked familiar. This road though, this place, the old trees surrounding it all, and the rocky cliffs I knew weren't too far away, it was like coming back to an old friend. Now you're losing it. If the others knew I was having issues like this, they'd pull me from any active cases, no questions asked. Being in the field was the only thing keeping me from doing anything stupid, though I'm sure Douglas would argue with me on that point. Throwing myself in the path of demons was about as dangerous as my life could get. I just finished a job in Missoula, Montana, when I got the call that I was needed in Maine. No time to rest, as was usual protocol. With the amount of activity being picked up by the demon monitoring system, courtesy of several witches, something big had gone down here. From what they told me, the demonic presence had lessened, but that didn't mean it left. I was the only hunter available to make the trip, so to Melancholy I came. I was used to long days and nights with no sleep. I was used to being so tired, I thought I was going to keel over from exhaustion. Broken bones, bruises, busted lips, and a lot of damn burns, that's what my life was. Had been for the last 7 years. I'd been with the hunters longer than that, but I hadn't been on my own until I was 18. Now that's all I was. On my own. All the time. Luckily, all my bruises from the last fight were easily concealed beneath my shirt. The 2 hits the bastard had landed on my face had faded enough no one should notice them. The GPS dinged as I pulled up outside of a 2-story house with gnome-decorated flower beds and lights on out front and inside the home. It was 10:30, but Douglas, the guy who set up all travel arrangements for the hunters, assured me I was expected as a late check-in. I turned the truck off and checked my reflection in the rearview mirror. There was scruff on my cheeks that was quickly turning into a black beard, matching the short buzzed hair on my head. The bags under my eyes were something I was used to, as was the coldness in my eyes. It had only been 6 months since I lost Patrick. With every demon I killed, I hoped the pain from the loss of my older brother would lessen. As I studied his jacket, passed down to me, I doubted I'd ever actually get over witnessing Patrick being torn apart. An echo of his scream surfaced in my head. I shut my eyes and cursed loudly, forcing them down into the darkness. I blew out a shaky breath and opened my eyes. The worn brown leather jacket was slung over the passenger seat. I grabbed it, then reached around for the black traveling bag in the back. "Let's get this over with, then you can go home," I told myself sternly. Home. Right. The reality hit me once again, that the warehouse setup that had my home sweet home for years no longer felt like that. No matter how many people were around, it was empty for me. Who was I kidding? As soon as this job ended, I'd be begging Douglas to find me another one, so I could stay far away as possible. Everyone there had something to say about Patrick, and how eventually time would heal all wounds. Killing more demons would make me feel better, and it was why I chose to be on the road constantly since he died. I slammed the truck door and stretched my arms over my head. I did my best to walk without a limp as I made for the front walk. As I reached for the doorknob, one of the brightly dressed gnomes caught my eye, and I did a double take. For the first time in a week, I smiled and shook my head. I might like it here, after all. The gnome in question was mooning anyone who approached the front door. I did a quick survey of the others, and found them all to be doing inappropriate things. Shaking my head and chuckling, I opened the door. It swung inward effortlessly, and I was greeted by a cozy entryway, with a large desk perched in the center of the area. A double doorway opened to the right, leading to a dining room, and another on the left showed a comfortable sitting area with a dying fire in the hearth. A wide set of wooden stairs to the side of the entranceway awaited those going upward. Wincing as I set my bag on the floor, I glanced around, wondering where I should go. There was a bell on the front desk, and after a minute of standing awkwardly, I tapped it. The high-pitched ding rang throughout the house, and a woman's voice came from beyond the dining room. "Be right there." I took the time to take in the lodge-style decor intermixed with photographs which covered the walls. If I had to guess, I'd say they were of guests who'd stayed here over the years. Their smiling faces looked back at me. The amusement I had from the gnomes disappeared as I flashed back to a wall filled with pictures, those of my extended family. There'd never be a new picture of Patrick doing something stupid. Never another picture of him, period. I was clenching my jaw hard enough to hurt by the time a short woman with white hair bustled out of the dining room, a yellow apron covered in sunflowers tied at her waist. She smiled at me as she walked behind the desk and checked the spiral notebook. "Sorry about that, just prepping for breakfast," she said in that same cheery voice. "Now then, you must be Mr. Penn." "Norn is fine," I assured her with as much of a smile as I could muster. "Well then, Norn, a pleasure to meet you. I'm Glinda." She held out her hand, and gingerly I shook it. She gave me an odd glance as she let go. "What brings you to Melancholy? Not exactly the best time of year for a vacation. Not in these parts. Unless, of course, you enjoy freezing your rear off." I cleared my throat roughly and fought back the urge to cringe when it jarred my bruised ribs. "Business trip, I'm afraid." "Business, yes. You look a bit young to be on a business trip." "Family business, been in it since I was 16, I said, using the practice line. "I have a card if you'd like to see it. We're in real estate and whatnot." She waved away my words with a smile. "No need, though I didn't know we had any properties for sale." Damn. Douglas was usually better at checking for me. "Just a bit outside of here." "Oh, well then, I hope while you're here, you at least get to enjoy our charming little town. Take in the sights. Melancholy can be quite a magical place." She smiled wider. I frowned. "Magical? Nothing." From the intel the hunters gave me, this town was home to an old line of witches. There were only 3 remaining. Sisters. They ran a store of some sort. I hadn't been sure if the townspeople were aware of their heritage, but from what Glinda just said, it was safe to assume their secret was not necessarily a secret. I wasn't here to see the witches, however. My job was to track down this rumored demon appearance and deal with it accordingly. I would only involve the witches if need be. They would probably just get in the way. Not many white magic witches were equipped to handle such evil beings as demons. Glinda handed me an ornate brass key and pointed to the stairs behind her. "Your room is on the 2nd floor. Best view in the house, she assured me, as if that was one of my worries. Breakfast is from 7 to 10, and I do usually have lunch lying around if you're here. There are a few good places to eat in town, especially the Lighthouse Cafe. Thanks. I bent down and grabbed my bag. And thank you for getting me settled this late. Oh, no trouble at all. I'm usually up late. Have a good night. I trudged up the stairs, each one creaking loudly under my weight. I glanced over my shoulder to find Glinda was already heading back to the kitchen. I found my room, the number 4 matching the number hanging from the skeleton key, and unlocked the door. Everything was various patterns of plaid. The rugs, the bedding, the curtains. A large painting of a bear overlooked the timber-style bed. The rest of the furniture was the same. I dumped my bag on the floor, kicked out of my brown boots, and fell onto the bed with a grunt. I should get to work, check over my notes again, but the last 3 days of driving caught up with me and I passed out in seconds. What felt like maybe minutes later, I shot upright in bed and barely suppressed my terrified shout. My hands fisted in the comforter as my heart beat against my chest and sweat dripped down my forehead. I counted, waiting for my eyes to adjust to the darkness of the room. I was alone. There was no demon here. It was just me. By the time I reached 52, my fingers uncurled from the comforter, and I swung my legs over the edge of the bed. I'd hoped with as tired as I'd been, there'd be no nightmares. Couldn't get that lucky. I rubbed a hand down my face, then padded to the bathroom to splash water on my face. As I dabbed away the cold drops, flashes of the nightmare came back to me. I chucked the towel against the wall and raised my fist to bash it into the wall. I stopped at the last second and forced my arm back to my side. Glinda seemed like a nice woman. Destroying her home wasn't something I planned on doing. I swallowed hard, and when I returned to the bedroom, I flipped on the bedside lamp. Going back to sleep wasn't going to happen. I tugged out my tablet and turned it on. Once I was logged in, I pulled up the information Douglas had put together for me 3 days ago. Barely 5 minutes later, my phone rang. "What are you doing up?" I asked Douglas as I answered. "I could ask you the same thing. 3:30 in the morning." "Yeah, I know." "And you're logged into the system." "Not tired, I guess," I lied as I skimmed through the news reports from Melancholy over the last week. There wasn't much to go on, but there were hints that something paranormal had taken place here. The town, it seemed, had done a great job of covering it up, which wasn't surprising if they knew about their local witch neighbors. Probably wanted to keep anything magical out of the papers. The question was whether the demon was finished, or if it even was a demon. "You know that line's getting old," Douglas commented. "Might want to try a different one soon." "Or what?" "Or you're going to be dragged back home and put on desk duty," he warned. "You had the nightmare again, didn't you?" It wasn't a question, so I said nothing. I reread the same sentence 3 times, then finally tossed the tablet to the foot of the bed, grunting in annoyance at Douglas for sticking his nose where it didn't belong. "Just come home," he said quietly. "I can send someone else." "No. I'm fine, all right. I'm not a kid." "No one said you were, but you shouldn't be doing this, and you sure as hell shouldn't be doing it alone. It's too soon." "I knew it was too soon the first time you left the warehouse after it happened." I said I'm fine, I snapped through gritted teeth. "You want to run me through how your last job went down?" he challenged. "The demon's dead, isn't he? And you got your ass handed to you. Tell me I'm wrong." I threw myself back on the bed and glared at the ceiling. "What do you want me to say, huh?" "What?" "I want you to admit you're freaking human. You took a loss, Norn, a huge loss. No one's going to judge you for taking a break." Patrick would. "Patrick would be yelling at you for fighting demons when you're not clear-headed," he argued hotly. "You might have lost your blood brother, but you didn't lose the rest of your family. We care about you, and I'm not going to sit by while you try to find the demon that'll do you in." I didn't have to see his face to know he was scowling at me. "You're not allowed to quit on life. I promised I wouldn't. Then why don't I believe you? No idea. He muttered a stream of curses under his breath. I heard something heavy slam against a hard surface. Whatever caused all this shit in Melancholy is no small force. You can't just go in half-cocked and hope for the best. You're not always going to get lucky. You finished? No, I'm not even close to finished. He sighed. I thought I heard Vic, another hunter, speaking behind him. Of course she would be up. She was a hunter too, in her late 50s, but damned if she wasn't still out there fighting better than the rest of us. She was everyone's mom. A very bad-mouthed, no bullshit attitude type of mom. She was the only one I ever had, really. I cringed, thinking of her showing up in Melancholy. Then Douglas was back on the line. There are witches there. I expect you to use them as a resource. I'd rather not. Let me rephrase. You will use them, because I guarantee they'll be able to explain the readings we got from that place. That's an order, you hear me? I don't need their help. I say you do. Do you know them personally or something? Not every witch on this planet knows every other witch, he muttered. But I have heard about their coven. They're strong. If there's a damn demon in Maine, you'll want them helping you, so you don't get in each other's way. The last thing I needed was to deal with anyone other than a demon right then. Douglas wouldn't get off the phone unless I agreed to at least talk to the witches. Fine, I'll see if they know anything, but don't expect me to be all buddy-buddy with them, I warned. Not here to make friends. You know what? Maybe this will be good for you. Force you to talk to someone other than a hunter or yourself or a damn demon. You finished? I asked again, hoping this time he was. For now. I want daily updates, got it? You don't check in, I'm setting Vic on you. Anything else? Yeah, don't get yourself killed. I grumbled a response and hung up on him, tossing my phone to the foot of the bed. Tomorrow, or rather today, was going to be long. No way was I talking to any witches, at least not until I got my bearings of this new town. I walked to the window overlooking the cove. Something about watching the waves incessantly rolling in, one after the other, calmed me. That same sense of familiarity made me rub my chest. I didn't understand the strange ache there, but assumed it was because I missed Patrick. The wind kicked up, and leaves blew into my window just as they had on my way into town. I backed away, and the wind died down completely. There was undoubtedly something magical happening in Melancholy. With any luck, I'd find the demon tomorrow, kill it, and get the hell out of here. Chapter 2. Norn. When I rolled out of bed the next morning, the sun was streaming in through the window. I must have fallen asleep at some point, but it hadn't lasted long. I dragged a pillow back over my face until my cell phone dinged with a new message. I fumbled for it, still at the foot of the bed, now lost in the blankets. Douglas was the only guy rude enough to text at the ass crack of dawn. I checked the message and sent him a quick reply that I hadn't even gotten out of bed yet, and to F off if he knew what was good for him. He sent me back a smiley face, and I cursed the man quite explicitly. It was only 6:30, so I had time before breakfast would be ready. Climbing out of bed was difficult. My back and legs were stiff, but I managed, dragged over my bag, found a fresh pair of jeans t-shirt, and then headed into the bathroom connected to my room. Once I was showered and dressed, ignoring how grisly the bruises along my sides and back appeared, I picked up the tablet and logged into the drive once more to review the notes. This case was slightly different from the rest, only because I wasn't sure what demon I was dealing with, or how many. We weren't even sure if it had possessed someone, or was a full manifestation. What Douglas relayed was that the last few weeks had been extremely active as far as magic disturbances went. From the way he said it, it sounded like someone called the initial activity into him personally. There was no way for us to monitor every single town in the country. But once we were aware, that was when the crazy shit started to go down. I dug around in my bag until I found the old bronze compass. The back and sides were scratched from decades of use, but the enchantment worked as strong as ever. Instead of pointing north, the needle would direct me to wherever the dark presence of a demon lingered. It had belonged to our parents and was handed down to Patrick until he died. Now it was mine. I curled my hand around it, then shoved it in my jacket pocket as I headed out the door, locking it behind me. I hoped to sneak out before Glinda spotted me, but she was in the dining room setting out platters with fresh-baked biscuits and pastries. There were 2 large stacks of waffles, pancakes, an array of bacon and sausages, along with several large carafes of coffee. "First one up," she said without turning my way. Not surprised. "I'm always up early," I said lamely. "Then you can enjoy breakfast all to yourself. The rest of my guests sleep in." She smiled at me politely, waiting. I itched to get started on hunting down the demon, but my stomach growled. She must have heard it because she chuckled quietly, then returned to the kitchen. I ducked into the dining room long enough to pour myself a to-go cup of complimentary coffee from the insulated coffee pots she had sitting out, placed some bacon on a waffle, rolled it up, and was out the door a couple of minutes later. I stuffed half my breakfast in my mouth, grumbling around my mouthful of food at the cold. I hadn't put my jacket on yet, and the frosty morning wind bit at my exposed arms. Once I had the jacket on, fumbling with the zipper as I tried not to drop my coffee or lose the last bit of my breakfast, I followed the path to the sidewalk. The town was certainly livelier on a Thursday morning than a Wednesday night. There weren't a lot of cars on the road, but people were walking everywhere. They waved and smiled at each other, stopping to chat on their way to wherever they were going. I'd been to plenty of small towns throughout the years, but this one felt different. The air was lighter almost, and if I shut my eyes, I could almost sense the hint of magic surrounding melancholy. White magic. It certainly did wonders for places like this, especially if it was well established. I wandered aimlessly down the sidewalk, my feet seeming to know where they were going without my guiding them. I appeared to be heading to what looked like the heart of the town. The people who passed me smiled or called out "Good morning." Their glances were curious, but thankfully no one stopped to ask me who I was. I stopped at a bench beside a cedar tree and sat down. The lighthouse cafe Glinda had mentioned was close by. Across the street were several more shops, and what looked like a bar that wasn't open yet. Casually, I removed the compass from my pocket and held it flat in my hand. I just raised the cup to my lips when the needle spun all the way around, then shuddered to a stop, quaking from the strong pull of a demon. I lowered my coffee and followed the trail with my eyes. "Moonfall," I whispered aloud as I spied the name of the shop. "Bakery and unique gifts." Shit. The witches, that was their shop, and the compass directed me straight to it. Damn it. I'd been hoping to avoid them at all costs, no matter what Douglas had ordered. If the demonic presence was in there, though, it looked like I no longer had a choice. I sat on the bench, debating my next move. A woman with dark auburn hair came to the door and flipped the close sign around. She opened the door, visibly shivering from the cold, and carried out an easel to set on the sidewalk. The second she turned my way, my heart sped up, and my hand curled around my insulated metal coffee cup so hard my fingers cramped. It was like the air was sucked out of my lungs. I couldn't breathe, and when I blinked, I could have sworn for a second her face shifted just a touch. I shook my head, blinked a few times to find she was the same as she'd been when she first stepped outside. What the hell was wrong with me? First the figure on the road last night, then the wind, and now I was seeing people turning into other people. I didn't want to admit Douglas might be right about my having pushed myself too soon, but shit, he might have nailed it. A couple of white-haired ladies walked by, and the woman I assumed was one of the witches barely gave them a nod, then ducked back inside. I was on my feet and walking across the street without even realizing I'd risen. Instinct, it seemed, decided for me. If there was a demonic presence inside that shop, the witches might not realize it yet. They could be in grave danger. Even as I told myself that's why I was so eager to step inside the shop, Another voice in the back of my mind perked up, saying it had absolutely nothing to do with a demon. I stopped at the sidewalk and hesitated. Maybe I shouldn't go in just yet. I began to turn around when a burst of wind pushed against my back and drove me to the door. The second I reached for the handle, the wind died away. Something about this town was trying to talk to me, which was weird. I wasn't magical, at least not like a witch was. I could do the rituals and spells needed to exorcise demons, but those had to do with the items I used, not me. So why was the magic in this town practically screaming at me to, what? Talk to the witches. You're paranoid, I mumbled to myself. Just take a look around, talk to whoever's in there, then leave. A bell above the door chimed cheerfully as I stepped inside. Immediately, the scent of fresh-baked muffins hit my nose, followed by the various smells of dried herbs, candles, and other things I couldn't quite place. The shop was bursting at the seams with magic, all of it white as far as I could tell. Usually, when a demon was present, it was hard to breathe. There'd be a sort of haze over the room, a sharp smell of sulfur or rotting meat. None of that was present here. Candles and glass bottles of soaps and lotions lined one wall. There were witch-themed books everywhere, more candles, bundles of sage, and other herbs. Several display cases lined the center of the area, but it was the paintings that hung above everything else that caught my eye. They were scenes of what I supposed was melancholy. A house on a cliffside, a lighthouse, a street view, and several more of a garden fence and the garden itself. Unlike other paintings I'd seen hung up for decoration, these were dark. Sad. The lack of color in any of them made my brow wrinkling and my head tilt as I wondered what artist was so depressed that they found no life, no joy in anything. Then again, all I had to do was look in the mirror and see the depressed face staring back at me. Was it one of the witches? These paintings here, these were all about loss and despair. What had this person gone through to make them feel so sad? Can I help you? I jumped at the sound of the voice and turned to find the auburn-haired woman standing behind the counter. I hadn't even heard her come into the shop. She pulled her hair back in a clip as a pair of dark gray eyes watched me curiously. She was short, and the counter made her look even smaller. There was no makeup on her face, not that she needed it. The black sweater she wore clung to her in all the right places, as did the jeans at her hips. Her brow arched as I cleared my throat trying to say something. I wasn't entirely sure what was wrong with me, but all I could do was stare at her. The longer I looked, the more her face began to shift, just slightly, until I rubbed my eyes, willing whatever madness was trying to take over my mind to hold off. Hey, you okay? I finally managed to cough and nodded. Yeah, sorry. Think I'm still half asleep. Not a morning person either. I get it. Her words were kind enough, but she didn't smile. It saddened me not to see her eyes brighten with happiness. That threw me off more than I already was, and I nearly turned around and rushed out of there. That coffee cup tells me you're staying with Glinda. What brings you to Melancholy? Business. Business. Well, that sounds fascinating. This time her lips twitched, but still there was no smile. I took a few steps closer, and the dark circles around her eyes gave me pause. You here for Hadley's muffins? I blinked confused. Oh, what? My sister, she's the baker, she said, and directed my gaze to the case beside her, filled with baked goods. She's kind of known for them. Glinda usually sends her guests our way. Oh, she didn't tell me anything actually. Well then, let me give you something. On the house. She moved behind the display case, and I lost sight of her as she ducked down. I spotted her face through the glass a second later. She nibbled on her lip and mumbled to herself. She reached into the case and removed a small cherry tart from the look of it and set it on the counter with a napkin. Trust me. The breakfast tarts are my favorite. You sure your sister won't mind? Nope. She made me open this morning because, well, she just did, and I'm not a morning person. At all. She scooted it closer. Trust me. I picked up the tart and took a bite of the corner. Immediately, a rush of energy shot through me, and I felt better than I had in days. It was like I drank a gallon of espresso. Damn. You're welcome. This time there was a bit more of a smile, but not a full one. Was there anything else I could help you with? Some lotions maybe, she said, a slightly teasing tone to her words. No, not exactly the lotion type. I finished the tart and followed it with the rest of my coffee. Those paintings, though, can you tell me who did them? Her eyes lightened, and the hairs on my arm stood on end for just a second. Then she blinked, and the dark gray returned. Me. You did all of those? Yeah. You like them? I stepped away from the counter as I tilted my head back to study the paintings better, turning around slowly as I did. Yes and no. They seem a bit dark is all. Not that it's a bad thing, I added in a rush, not sure why I was worried about upsetting her. She crossed her arms, but was appraising the paintings when I glanced her way. Happens. Yeah, guess it does. Images of Patrick's smirking face passed through my mind, and the burst of energy that had made me feel great moments before dissipated. A weight settled on my chest, and as I glanced at the paintings again, I suddenly found myself being sucked into them. Every scene I looked at seemed familiar. Those cliffs nagged at me the most. Why did I feel like I'd been on them before? There was a rush of anger, followed immediately by sorrow, that nearly had me clutching my chest. I told myself it had nothing to do with this place, and was just leftover grief from Patrick's death. Damn if that wasn't a lie. This place, this town, that woman barely standing a yard away, they were all messing with me. Was it the demon? It had to be. Somehow, he was already getting to me, and I hadn't even seen him yet. How long are you here? Her question jarred me, and I shrugged, hoping I didn't look too suspicious as I turned back around. Few days. It depends on how the business deal goes, I guess. And what business are you into, mister? Norn, I said lightly. Norn Penn. Hedrina, but everyone calls me Rena because what awful parent names their kid Hedrina, she muttered, but this time she did manage a smile. It lit up her eyes. I wanted it to last longer, but then it faded away. Well, Melancholy is a pretty nice town to be stuck in. You should have a look around. You offering to give me a tour? She chuckled nervously and fumbled over her words until she took a deep breath and let it out. I don't get out much. I sort of own this shop with my sisters. Lots of work to do all the time. Maybe you should use this as an excuse to get out more. What was I doing? Was I flirting? I had to get out of here. Something about her eyes sucked me back in, and I walked to the counter. She took a hesitant step away, and a chunk of hair fell from the clip. She raised her hand to brush it out of her face, and the sleeve of her sweater shifted. My gaze moved and narrowed at the sight of deep scars slashing across her wrist. I knew the second she caught me staring. She yanked her hand away, tugged the sleeve down, and glowered at me, all friendliness gone. Her eyes lightened once more, and her lips curled almost in a sneer. Then she coughed harshly and backed away from the counter even further. She blinked a few times as if she forgot where she was, then cleared her throat again. Thanks, but you better find someone else to give you that tour, she said in a rush, her words shaky. If there's nothing else I can do for you, I have a lot of work to take care of. She turned her back on me and stormed off into the room behind the counter, slamming the door so hard everything hanging on the walls rattled. Slowly, I made to leave. I passed by a large mirror on the wall. There were cracks all over it, but it seemed to be showing an image of a sunny sky. Weather mirror. I'd seen a few over the years, but none that were damaged to this extent. Checking to make sure I was still alone, I removed my compass from my pocket and held it out. The needle bounced from the mirror, then back toward the door where Rena had disappeared. There was a strong demonic presence in this shop. It had to be stalking the witches. So much for not seeing her again, I mumbled as I left the shop and wandered to the center of town where gardens appeared to be waiting for spring. There was a large hole in the center of them, as if someone had dug something up. Dead blackened vines with large thorns were scattered around. The stench coming off them was enough to tell me something evil had put them here. I wandered through the garden and found another bench to sit on where I had a good view of the shop, but anyone peering out wouldn't notice me right away. As I sat, the image of those scars on Rena's wrists came back to me. They weren't just slashes, but gouges, as if she'd been trying to dig something out of her body. Suicide attempt. It would explain the paintings, but why? What had she gone through that made life so terrible? This town seemed happy enough. Not like she grew up hearing stories of how those she cared about were torn to pieces by the demons that found their way into our world. Not like she watched her brother ripped apart or heard his dying screams. The coffee and tart in my stomach became a solid mass, and I fought the urge to be sick. If the others thought I couldn't handle my job, they'd drag me back to one of our bases and make me stay there for who knew how long. But being back there just made it worse. I'd wake up expecting to find my brother mapping out his next job or sparring with our friends. But he would never be there again. Being on the road was the only thing keeping me sane right now. That, and killing every demon I could find. My hand curled into a tight fist on my thigh as I glared at the shop. All I needed was a sign, just one sign to let me know the demon was there, then I could make my move. Rena had acted strange, but nothing to indicate she was possessed. Plus, if the demon was preparing to attack the witches, why hadn't they sensed it? The power in their shop was strong. They should be able to feel it, or at least know something was off. It could explain why Rena seemed so down. What if she was dealing with a demonic presence hovering around? If I could save her, that would make this trip worthwhile. The urge to see her smile, really smile, hit me like a sucker punch to the gut. I'd met plenty of women over the years, but none of them stuck with me as she did. We'd barely spoken, but her eyes, I couldn't get them out of my head. The throaty chuckle I had heard made me want to hear her laugh fully. I bet it sounded incredible. In fact, somehow I knew it did. Her paintings came back to me, and each one I'd had a strange attachment to. Not just from the grief that was in every brushstroke, but the locations. Every time I looked at her, it was like my mind was straining to see someone else. I'd never been to Maine, as far as I knew. Unable to sit still, I wandered down the path and eventually found myself out by the rocky shore. A path led down to the beach, what little there was of it, but I stayed above it. The sound of the waves lured me into a strange calm state of mind, and my thoughts drifted. They started with my seeing Patrick, but quickly shifted gears until all I saw was Rena, but it wasn't Rena. There were subtle differences to her face, but her voice, those gray eyes, and that throaty laugh, they were all there. I found myself smiling as I reached out a hand to her. She took it, and then we were strolling along the cliffs at sunset, wandering through the woods nearby. The image of a house surfaced, and we stood at the fence, our arms wrapped tightly around each other. The picture was so vivid for a second, I could have sworn it was real. My eyes shot open, and I nearly smacked myself across the face. Get a grip. You're here to do a job. Find the demon, kill it, move on. There was no settling down with anyone. No getting close to anyone. The second I did, all hell would break loose. That was how you got hurt in this business. Most hunters stayed single for a reason. It wasn't worth the heartache when a demon figured out you had something to lose. Something to hold over you. I stalked away from the cliffs and back to town, silently arguing with myself the entire way that no matter what I saw or felt, there was no life for me here. Thankfully, bar the opened by 11, and after walking through the entire town, I wandered in, found a high table in the back, and sulked in the neon lights on the walls beside me. I was on my third beer, and had barely touched the burger and fries I'd ordered when someone sat down across from me. I was about to tell the person to go away, but saw who it was and cursed instead. I dropped the fry I'd been scooting around my plate. Seriously? Oh, you think I want to be here? Douglas took hold of my plate, dragged it over, and started to eat. When the waitress passed by, he ordered a pale ale, then went right back to stuffing his face with fries. The guy was on the leaner side, which seemed impossible, considering how much he ate. "Get that pissed look off your face. You know deep down you're happy I'm here," he said between bites. "How did you even get here so fast? You doubt me, after all the travel arrangements I make for you guys." He scoffed as he pushed the empty plate aside and drained half his beer. "You look like shit, by the way." I took in his worn denim jacket with several old burns on the sleeves, his long, dirty blonde hair that was always messy, and the beard he didn't have the last time I saw him. It was scruffy, and he looked like he got less sleep than I did. "Don't think you get to talk." He smirked. "Jackass. You started it. I told you I was fine, and I am. Maybe I was bored. Needed to get out of the warehouse. Ever think of that?" I stared at him blankly, then finished off my beer. "Met one of the Moonfall witches, I think." "Yeah. How'd that go?" "Not sure, but there's definitely a demonic presence in this town. And something else. I think it's messing with my head." "In what way?" he asked carefully. I shouldn't have said anything, but it was too late now. "I don't know, but I keep getting this weird sensation that I've been here before. Deja vu or something. I can't really explain it, but I keep getting glimpses of things." "Things? Can you be any more specific?" I was about to tell him they all had to do with Rena, but bit my tongue. I winced at the pain, and he frowned. "Sorry, ribs are still bruised," I lied. "And not really. Whatever's here, demonic or not, I'm not sure it likes my being around." Douglas picked at the label on his beer bottle, but his dark green eyes were fixed on my face. "The magical presence is heavier here than other places I've been," he said quietly. "We'll have to keep an eye on it if you think it's somehow coming after you." "It's not like that," I argued and ran my hands over my head in frustration. "I just feel like there's something here trying to tell me something, and I can't understand it. Whatever it is, I don't think it's necessarily bad. But it doesn't want you around." I grunted and knocked my knuckles on the table. "Maybe. Or maybe the demon doesn't. Look, I know I'm not making sense, so just ignore whatever I said, all right?" "Yeah, sure. I can totally do that when you look like you're about to fall apart. Can't you just do some witchy stuff and find the demon faster?" I whispered. "You know it's not that simple." He shut his eyes anyway, and tilted his head as if listening to someone else talking. Douglas was damned good at tracking magical traces, but as his brow furrowed, I realized his magic was no better than my compass right now. He shook his head. "There's too much interference. Going to have to find the demon old school." Not what I wanted to hear. He pulled out his wallet and paid our bill. "Come on, you can give me a tour. I'll see if I can't narrow down the search a bit more. Can we avoid the witches? At least for today." "If you're going to be that much of a pain about it," he muttered. "What did you do?" "What do you mean?" "I mean, what did you and the witch talk about that's got you all on edge?" That was the question of the day. Since I didn't have an answer, I didn't say anything. I led the way out of the bar, hoping he'd just drop it. If only I could be so lucky.
Chapter 3. Hedrina. Fiercely, I grabbed hold of the kitchen counter as Mazeroth strained to get to the surface. I wasn't sure what about that guy set him off, but he didn't like him. At all. His furious mutterings kept sounding in my head, but they were too guttural to understand. The bell over the door chimed, letting me know the guy had left. Hopefully. Mazeroth snarled loud enough to make me wince in pain, then went silent. I waited 5 seconds, then 30, but he didn't make another sound or try to shove me aside so he could take control. A couple of times during the conversation, Mazeroth's anger had flared up, and I barely managed to keep him in check. I wasn't sure how, considering my efforts usually failed. What I wanted to know was why he freaked out over this guy. He seemed normal enough. I puttered around the storeroom for another 10 minutes just to be sure the guy was gone, and Mazeroth wasn't going to try to catch me off guard. Eventually, I poked my head out the door. The shop was empty. Sighing in relief, I patted around the counter and peered out the front windows. There was no sign of Norn. I nodded firmly. Good riddance. I busied myself in the shop, organizing and moving things around as the morning dragged on. No matter how many chores I found to complete, I couldn't get Norn's dark brown eyes out of my mind, or the way his lips twitched when he tried to smile as if he found it just as hard to do as I did. Or the way his damned t-shirt had clung to his chest beneath that leather jacket. When he asked about the paintings, he hadn't seemed disturbed by them, just curious. And concerned. It wasn't the reaction I was used to getting. Mazeroth's presence shifted uneasily inside me. I braced for an outburst. All he did was growl, then settle back down. I shrugged it off the best I could, and my thoughts drifted back to my encounter with the town's latest visitor. The conversation had been actually going pretty well. Until he saw the scars on my wrist. I knew exactly what would come after. Pity, the questions, the wondering why I did what I did. It wasn't a story I enjoyed telling anyone, ever, for any reason. I sure as hell didn't need a stranger digging into my past. That, plus Mazeroth had started bellowing inside my head, fighting to get out. His hatred for Norn had filled me. It was all I could do to back away from the guy. Anger peaked. I found the magical cleaning polish Helena created last year, and went to work shining every inch of the shop that had even a hint of dust or dirt. I wasn't sure how much time passed when a hand landed on my shoulder. I yelped and sent the rag and the bottle of polish flying. Easy. Helena, she caught the polish, stopping it from breaking. You okay? I thought you heard me come in. Distracted. I can see that. She glanced around and whistled. How long have you been cleaning? Not sure. What time is it? 12:30. I took the polish from her, and picked the rag off the floor by the front windows. Few hours then. I glanced up and down the street, searching for any sign of that tall, bronze-skinned man that made me feel all kinds of weird. I'd sensed it, the second I spotted him standing in the middle of the shop. I'd recognized him from before, but had no idea from where or when. He wasn't from here. And I'd never left Melancholy. I shook my head, disappointed not to see him outside, then was immediately annoyed at my reaction. All right, what's going on with you? Helena asked loudly. Nothing. She was busy checking her hair in the mirror behind the counter, not even looking at me. Not that she needed to see me to know. You know you can't lie to me. Not sure why you're trying. It's nothing, I repeated. You here to relieve me or what? I am, unless you want to continue on your mad cleaning rampage a bit longer. Not sure you got all the crazy mutterings out of your system. She stopped me on my way past her to the storeroom. It's not him, is it? No, not him. Well, not just him. Not exactly. Her brow arched, and she gave me a tentative smile as I rolled my eyes. Ah, so a different him. I knew I should have come with you this morning. Who is it? Curtis from the butcher? Oh no, it's Harry from the bank, right? Tell me it's Harry. He's got that suave, charming thing going on. What? No. If you like him so much, why don't you ask him out? We're not talking about me. We're talking about you, and you seem very out of sorts right now. I was forced to get up early and open the shop. Nope, she argued and blocked my path again. This is different. You're infuriating. Nothing is going on. I would like to go home now. She planted her hands on my shoulders and stared into my eyes. Rena, come on, just tell me. What happened this morning? And stop saying nothing, because you already admitted to something going on with the guy. I threw my head back, but she wasn't going to let me go without prying it out of me. There's a new guy in town, all right? He came in here and we talked. Talked. You talked. That's it. I was going to regret this, but the words slipped out. Flirted. Well, he flirted, and I gave him a tart on the house. And I don't know, it was nice and weird, and then it just went downhill like it always does. There, happy? Can you just leave it alone now? Helena's widening grin told me she was not about to just be nice and let me walk out of here. Why do you do that to yourself? Do what? You said it went downhill. Why? There's not a science to flirting, you know. Two people are just attracted to each other, and things happen. So come on, tell me, what happened? Why didn't he stick around? I fiddled with a loose lock of hair, until I just decided to take the clip out and let it all down. I sort of chased him off. Aha, and why would you do that? The second I told her, she'd give me a lecture. This wasn't the first time I'd found a nice guy, and then chased him away. Sure as hell wouldn't be the last, no matter how attractive he was, or how much I wanted to keep listening to him talk in that deep voice he had. Not like I had much choice, though. The second Mazeroth made an appearance, his life would have been in danger, and he would have been taking off for the nearest exit anyway. Now you're daydreaming. What? I asked loudly and shook my head. No, I'm not, all right? What happened, Hedrina? I glowered at the use of my full name and mumbled. He saw the scars, and then Mazeroth decided to throw a tantrum. I didn't exactly have a choice, but don't worry, the bastard didn't get control. She sighed and reached for my hands. I tried to pull away, but she was too quick. He didn't like the guy, Mazeroth, I mean, she asked. Guess not. He was listening the second the guy came in the shop, but then the longer I talked to him, the more irritated he became. I'm not even sure how I was able to subdue him, but there's something about the guy that seems familiar to me. I don't know. I'm probably confused and overtired, I finished lamely when I realized I was rambling. Doesn't matter anyway, right? He saw the scars, and no guy wants to deal with a chick who's got that type of baggage, right? I tried to laugh it off, but it sounded fake even to me. Helena crossed her arms and didn't budge. Tell me I'm wrong. You're wrong, she said simply. Did you give him a chance to say anything? After he saw the scars, I mean? No. I just know what comes next. And what is that exactly? I yanked my hands free and tugged my sleeves down over them. You know what? Just let it go. I'm tired, and I would really like to go back to bed for a while. Mazeroth's giving me a migraine. I'll see you later. I pushed around her, and this time she let me go. I felt her worried gaze on me, until I was out the back door and on my way home. As I walked, I kept my head down, and didn't make eye contact with anyone. I wasn't lying when I said I was exhausted. Going in had been a favor for Hadley, but now she owed me. Big time. Mazeroth and his damned gleeful nightmares kept me tossing and turning all night, waking up with a jolt more than once, drenched in a cold sweat. Going into the shop early seemed like the only way to distract me and subdue him for a bit. He could still get to me there, but he was less prone to do so. Until Norn walked through the door. Then he'd perked up, all snarls and growling. But now he was quiet, too quiet. I kept waiting for him to say something, anything to me about my scars or Norn seeing them. But there was only a heavy silence letting me know he was still there. Still listening and watching. I didn't like it when the demon wasn't making noise. Especially after the events of the last few weeks, when he'd seemed excited for whatever was coming. Norn couldn't be part of that, could he? He was just a regular guy. I hadn't felt any magic in him. Whoever he was, my curiosity was high on why he seemed so familiar to me, and how he was able to set off the demon with just his presence. I made it home without incident, slumping against the front door. I kicked out of my boots with an aggravated sigh. A sharp pain shot across my forehead, and I winced, grabbing hold of the nearest wall until it passed. Once it did, leaving me feeling dizzy, but otherwise still in control of my body, I picked up the pile of mail I'd brought in on my way home and headed toward the kitchen. My stomach grumbled, reminding me I hadn't eaten anything all day. After I grabbed a bowl of chocolate cereal to suffice as breakfast and lunch, I sifted through the mail. Most of it was catalogs for wedding dresses or decoration ideas. Hadley and Edric had been planning almost non-stop since he asked her to marry him. I was happy for the distraction and the prospect of something good happening after the hex bag fiasco. We had our theory as to who planted it, but none of us wanted to go there, not yet. It didn't make sense to me why Heather would bother messing with us like that after all this time. Aimlessly, I flipped through one of the wedding dress catalogs and tried to imagine myself wearing any of those ivory-colored gowns. Walking down an aisle. Having a normal life and being happy. Of not having a demon tied around my soul. As much as I love the fact my sister saved my life, there were times I wished they'd just let me go. I brought this mess on myself by opening that damned book. I caused Mazeroth to come into our world and get inside my head. If they'd let me die, they wouldn't be living with this constant worry over when he would finally win. Because one day he would. I closed the catalog and shoved it away from me so hard it slid off the table and hit the floor, dragging the rest of the pile with it. There'd be no wedding dresses or flowers for me. No venues. No wedding. Period. There were days I doubted I'd see my 22nd birthday. Another sharp pain stabbed at my forehead, and I cursed, clutching at the edge of the table. Mazeroth was still agitated, but when I mentally asked him what his problem was today, he simply growled until I winced. Not like he ever answered any question I asked him. Rotten bastard, I muttered as the pain eased. I picked up the magazines and the rest of the mail for Hadley, then trudged upstairs, dragging my feet. The shower was running, and after dumping my purse and heavy denim coat in my room, I went back to the bathroom door. I knocked and heard Hadley say something, but it was muffled. "Hey," I said, opening the door enough to poke my head in and dump the mail on the vanity. "You owe me big time." "Rena?" She pulled back the curtain and peeked her head out. "Why, what happened?" "You just owe me. I brought you your mail. There are some good dresses in there. Oh, and we're supposed to let the caterer know by tomorrow, so make sure you and Loverboy make up your mind on what food you want." "You mean let Mike know," she said with a smirk then a giggle. I nodded slowly. "Yeah, Mike. You okay in there?" "Yep. I'm perfect." "So, what happened at the shop?" "It's nothing, but Helena is going to make it sound like something. Just do me a favor and pretend you know all about it. I don't want her to make it a thing." "You know I could honestly say that to her if you just told me," she argued then giggled again. "This isn't funny," I muttered, running a hand down my face as another sharp pain stabbed at my forehead. "Damn it. Rena." "I'm fine," I lied and tried to brush it off, but the pain increased. I gasped, I spun around, fumbled for the door handle and yanked it closed behind me. "Rena, I'll be right out," Hadley called from the shower. "No, really, it's fine," I replied loud enough for her to hear me, just as the water turned off. "What the hell do you want?" I snapped to Mazeroth, waiting for him to show himself. "You know very well what I want, my sweet precious Hedrina," he finally whispered in my mind. His rough voice grated against my skin, and I shivered from the sudden rush of cold spilling over me. Why not just give in, Right now. It can all be over. Go to hell. Been there already. I think you'd enjoy it. Come on, what are you really waiting for? You know they'll never find a way to save you. Just do yourself a favor and finish it. Do it. Do it." The words repeated inside my skull until he was screaming them at me. My eyes shot open, and I bolted upright on the bed just as Hadley and Edric rushed in. They were talking, but I couldn't hear them over Mazeroth. I shut my eyes again and willed the demon to be silent. He cackled in reply, but the words stopped at least. "Soon, Hedrina, you will give in. Very, very soon. It's for the best." Then he was gone. The pain dissipated, and I fell into Hadley's waiting arms. She hugged me, as Edric quietly asked if he could get me anything. "No, I'm fine," I whispered, sitting back from Hadley. "Just need a second." "This what happened at the shop?" Hadley asked worriedly. "What?" "No, he's been quiet for the most part actually. I breathed in deeply, then let it out, repeating the action several times until I didn't feel like I was going to crawl out of my own skin. That has to do with something else entirely. You're not making me feel any better. I put on a smile and shrugged. It's nothing, I promise. Just someone interesting came into the shop is all. Look, I think I'm going to lie down for a bit. I'm okay, really. Just tired now. Edric and Hadley exchanged the exact same look. I ground my teeth. He worried just as much as she did. Some days it was too damned much. They were supposed to be planning their wedding, not fretting about me. Check through the catalogs. You still need to find a dress, I said, lying down and shutting my eyes, hoping they'd take the hint. The bed shifted as Hadley stood. She tucked my hair behind my ear and kissed my forehead. We'll just be down the hall if you need us. Edric squeezed my hand as he added, no hiding in your room. Yeah, I mumbled but cracked open an eye to let him know I didn't plan on going full-blown hermit mode today. I had a bad episode 2 weeks back, after the hex bag incident, and tried to lock myself away. Edric was the one who talked me into opening the door. Unlike with my sisters, there was no guilt influencing Edric's decisions nor making him go into panic mode. He was stern and calm when my sisters couldn't be. I waited for them to leave, then I sighed and sat up. As much as I wanted to sleep, my legs were twitchy. I found myself pacing around my room, wringing my hands as my mind raced. For as long as Mazeroth had been in my head, he'd always encouraged me to finish myself off so he could take control. Each time, I'd talked myself out of it, or had my sisters there to prevent me from doing anything rash. But this time, this was different. He was pushy. Mazeroth might be many things, but he wasn't pushy, not like this. There'd been a change in his tone, too. Almost as if he was desperate. But for what? He hadn't been weakening the longer we were entangled, as was our hope. If anything, he was growing stronger. I had no doubt that one day he would succeed in forcing my hand, but not today. So why the sudden push to make me act? What had changed? Was it Norn? It had to be, but why? I might have had a small moment of déjà vu with the guy, but that shouldn't be enough to make the demon fret. Not that I had any idea what he'd fret about. I stomped to the mirror hanging over my whitewashed dresser and waited. Mazeroth, you asshole, I know you're watching. Nothing happened. I flattened my hands on the dresser, leaning closer to the glass. Hey, you worthless piece of demon shit, show yourself. Or do I scare you now? His rough laughter echoed in my skull. I winced but didn't look away. The reflection in the mirror shifted slightly, and I found myself staring into the face of Mazeroth's version of me. Instead of dark gray eyes, white ones stared back at me. My hair hung loosely around my face still, but 2 black shiny horns stuck straight up from my head. Claws stretched from my fingertips and ran casually down my cheek. Or its cheek. My own hand remained planted firmly on the dresser. You seem distraught, he said, tilting his head as his eyes narrowed. I wonder whatever for. You're planning something, aren't you? I accused. He laughed playfully. I'm always planning something, but to which plan are you referring? Why now? Why now what? He snapped and smashed his hands to the mirror. In the old days, I would have jumped and yelped in alarm. Now I was used to his scare tactics and didn't flinch. Why are you trying to make me kill myself right now? What's changed, him? Tired of playing the long game? Aren't you exhausted, Hedrina? He countered. Don't you simply wish it all to end? No. His smile stretched far wider than was natural, revealing 2 rows of sharp fangs. Liar. I shifted on my feet, but didn't break eye contact. You know something. You've been agitated since the crows first appeared. What's going on? What are you waiting for? Worried someone else caring about me will make me stronger? You're speaking of Norn. He snarled, gnashing his fangs. The wretch. He will not get what he wants. That confused me. I frowned. What he wants? Why do I care what he wants? I want to know what you want. His eyes widened a hint, then narrowed again. Salvation. You won't get it. I swear on your life, he cut me off sharply. Careful, dear, for if you give your life, I will finally be free. Says you. What if you're wrong? Care to test the theory? You know what you have to do. He raised his right hand and a knife appeared in. The same one I'd used over 2 years ago, when I first tried to kill myself. Blood crusted the edge of the blade. My blood. He raised it over his other wrist and rested it there. Come on, Hedrina, stop lying to yourself. You know this is what you want. When cold steel touched my wrist, I jumped, and found myself holding the knife I kept locked in a wooden box beneath my bed. I tried to drop it, but my hands were no longer mine to control. My right hand itched to drag the blade across the old scars and make new ones. Gritting my teeth, I fought against Mazeroth's influence until every last part of me shook. It wasn't going to be enough. Fear overwhelmed me, and just when I thought this was going to be the end, a face I didn't expect appeared in my mind. Norn's face. Or at least I thought it was him. But he seemed older, and his eyes were a hint lighter than they'd been at the shop. The image was vivid. When his lips moved, I heard him whisper my name. The cold Mazeroth cause was pushed back by a sudden wave of pure heat. With a scream, I broke free of the demon's hold, and bashed my fist with the knife hilt into the mirror. Mazeroth's furious roar sounded with the shattering of the glass, followed by a crash as the mirror fell from the wall and toppled over the dresser. It barely missed my foot amid a sea of glass shards. Footsteps pounded to my room. Rena, Hadley yelled. The door was thrown open. Cursing, she started to rush forward, but Edric caught her arm. Wait. The glass. He hurried away, and when he came back, boots on his feet, he crunched over the broken mirror, hesitating only when his eyes shifted to my hand and the knife. Rena, let me have it, okay? Just let it go. I heard him, but my hand wasn't cooperating. I couldn't even open my mouth to tell him it wasn't me holding the knife. He must have caught on from the panicked look in my eyes, because he gently pried my fingers off the hilt and placed it on the dresser. Then he picked me up and removed me from the glass. The second I was at the door with Hadley, she had an arm around my shoulders and was guiding me down the hall to her room. I knew something was wrong, she muttered, sitting me on the bed then checking over my hand. You've got glass in your knuckles. Just sit here. Don't move. I didn't think I could even if I tried. All I kept seeing was that knife slicing through my wrist, blood pouring from the wound as the life drained from me for the second time. That, and watching Mazeroth's smile of satisfaction as he finally won and got what he wanted. I wasn't sure what happened next, but I slid off the bed, and everything went dark the second I hit the floor. Chapter 4. Hedrina. I waved my fingers delicately, and the paintbrush moved to the right, the black paint outlining a dead tree with various branches and small clumps of leaves hanging on for dear life. The image on the canvas took shape, my magic letting me compose straight from my mind. Most of the time, when I let go, I had no idea what the finished product would be. It was no different this time. On the Widow's Walk, the stars shone down on me. The waves crashing against the rocky shore were my soundtrack. The house had been too stifling after the incident. The thought of going into my room made me cringe and freeze. Edric had cleaned up the broken mirror. Hadley found the box I kept the knife in. She locked it away, and when she tried to put it back in my room, I told her to hide it. I didn't want that thing anywhere near me. I'd only passed out for a few seconds according to her, but in those few seconds, I came face to face with Mazeroth's furious snarling. He'd been close, so close to making me kill myself. And once again I'd managed to fight back. Barely. The paintbrush stilled as the events of the afternoon played through my mind. I hadn't even been able to sleep after Hadley bandaged my knuckles. I closed my eyes, listening to the sound of the ocean, and let my breathing flow in time with the waves. Once I was calm, I opened my eyes and went back to painting. And trying to relax. The door leading inside opened. Hey, Roger said as he stepped onto the walk. Please don't tell me they called you, I muttered as he approached. To combat the cold, I had summoned 6 small orbs of fire crackling away despite the gusting winds on the roof. He shivered, and I dragged him inside the circle so he could get warm. He held out his hands toward one, shaking his head. Roger never ceased to be amazed by magic. I used to be like that, until Mazeroth ruined me. What if I told you I just had a sixth sense to come and check on my friend, he replied. Yeah, we'll go with that. I turned back to the painting, as he sat down in one of the wooden patio chairs. And I'm fine, just so we're clear. Totally, you look absolutely fine. Not like you almost offed yourself again. The paintbrush splattered onto the canvas at his tone. It wasn't me. Not even a little bit. No, all right. I'm not there, and if I was, you'd be the first to know about it. I removed the paintbrush from the canvas and tried to dab away the black splatter of paint. Can we talk about something else? Anything else? They were working on wedding plans when I came over, he said, changing the subject. Hadley's still upset about her missing locket. It's weird. I'm not sure what would have happened to it. You don't think that imp thing took it, do you? No idea. I think it might have been whoever planted the hex bag. Which we're all still saying is not Heather, he asked softly. I sighed as the paintbrush went back to gliding effortlessly over the canvas, giving form to more trees atop the cliff. There's no proof to say it's her. Guess that's true. He fell silent for a minute, then cleared his throat. There's something else I was going to tell you about today. Good news, I hope. Depends. I decided I'm finally going to ask her out. The brush kept going even as I turned, sporting a grin. Kelly from the bar. Roger's cheeks turned 3 shades of red. He laughed nervously. Yeah. I figure what the hell, right? Might as well just get it over with. I doubt she'll say yes, but you're right. I can't keep sitting around waiting for her to figure out I like her. She's going to say yes, I assured him. You're not the only one who's been doing the checking out. What? He asked, sitting upright. What did you see? Nothing at all, I said with a wink. Just ask her out soon. Like tonight. You know that's exactly what you should do. You should go to the bar right now and ask her out. You're funny. I'm serious, I muttered, completely turning my back on the painting now. You don't need to be here with me. In fact, you shouldn't be. What are you talking about? If you're going to ask Kelly out and have a girlfriend, then you have to stop spending so much time with me. Coming whenever my sisters call. I'll be fine, but no girlfriend is going to want to compete with your female best friend. I crossed my arms and smiled, believing the argument was won. Roger's brow arched, and then he laughed. Rena, we've been friends since we could walk. We're family, and if Kelly or whoever I decide to be with can't accept that you're my best friend, then that sucks for them. Roger, I tried, but he shook his head. Nope, I don't want to hear it. You have serious issues, he said quietly. Very serious issues. I'm not about to hope for the best and walk away from you. You can't put your life on hold for me. That's not how this works. He rose and rested his hands on my shoulders, then pulled me into a bear hug. When I know you're going to be okay, really okay, then I'll disappear for a year or something. Maybe to Fiji. I'll live my life then, but not a second sooner. Not until I know for certain that I'm not going to get a phone call from your sisters saying you've lost the fight. He choked on the words. I hugged him back just as hard. We stayed like that for a little while, until I heard the paintbrush return itself to the cup filled with water. Roger stepped back from me, but his eyes focused on the canvas. That's interesting. What? First time I've seen someone appear in your paintings. Helena was right. Helena. Roger spun me around to face the painting, and my jaw dropped. She said you mentioned some guy coming to the shop this morning. Had you all in a tizzy? I wasn't in a tizzy, I whispered as I studied the painting. Not what it looks like to me. Must have been some guy for you to paint him. My fingers hovered over the figure amongst the trees on the cliff. The lighthouse was in the background, the light spinning around as a dark stormy sky came in from the sea. The only color in the entire painting was the bit of brown for his leather jacket. It was just the back profile of him, but I knew exactly who it was. Norn. I saw him, I said, still confused. I hadn't even pictured him for this painting, had I? Yeah, Helena said. No, after. When Mazeroth was, when he was trying to make me, you know. His face appeared in my mind, and I don't know. I was able to stop myself. Because you saw him. Yeah, weird, right? And you chased him off, he muttered. Did he say how long he was staying in town? No. I didn't ask. He grunted, annoyed. Seriously? We need to find him. No, we don't. Yeah, we do. What was his name? I wasn't about to tell him anything about Norn Penn, not one damn thing. I cleaned up my brushes, my gaze continually drifting back to the painting and the figure in it. Roger was watching me. I didn't have to turn around to know he was. And he was plotting on tracking down this mystery man somehow. I wanted to talk him out of it, but I knew better. Once he got an idea in his head, he didn't let it go. He picked up my box of paints for me, as I took the canvas and the easel down. The fire orbs put themselves out one by one. We headed for the door to go back inside. Just as we were about to step through the door, something told me to look up. Rena, you coming? Roger asked, holding the door. I swallowed hard as I watched the three crows fly across the moon. Yeah, right behind you, I replied, feeling Mazeroth stir again. His echoing laughter filled my mind for just a second. Something was coming. I didn't know who or what, but our lives were about to be turned upside down. I wasn't sure we were ready for it. Not this time. Chapter 5. Hedrina. I pressed the heel of my palm against my right eye, but the throbbing pain didn't ease. Maybe you should stay home today, Helena said, watching me over her coffee mug. Hadley had gone in early this morning to get some baking done, but Helena and Edric were still home. I was supposed to take the afternoon shift, and had planned on working. It was only 8. I had a few hours for this headache to go away. I'll be fine, I muttered, then gasped as the throbbing reached a new level of agony. You're staying home. Helena took hold of my arm and guided me out of the kitchen to the stairs. Go back to bed for a while. I'll bring you something for your headache. I wanted to argue, but the pain made me dizzy. I gave in and climbed the stairs slowly. The walk to my room seemed to take way too long. By the time I reached my bed, I was out of breath and felt feverish. I tugged the blankets over me and hugged my pillow, as I shut my eyes and willed the headache to go away. I thought I heard Helena come in and press her hand to my forehead. Edric's voice joined hers, and a few minutes later a cold washcloth was laid on my forehead. They were talking, but I couldn't focus enough to understand what they were saying. Someone sat me up and warm liquid slid down my throat. I coughed but swallowed it down. I was laid back on the bed, my teeth chattering from the extreme cold taking hold of my limbs. More blankets were tucked around me, and then my mind drifted. I found myself standing on the front porch, not sure how I got there. The colors were dull, like I was looking through a filter. I frowned, taking a few steps forward. Helena? There was no answer, and my voice sounded muffled. I walked down the steps when 2 figures came walking out of the trees by the house. They reached the fence, holding hands as they smiled. Their faces were blurry, no matter how close they came to me or how hard I looked. There was a strange ripple effect over the scene. I moved as if the air was water. The 2 people were talking and then laughing. The guy leaned in and kissed the woman, and my heart clenched at the sight. Not painful, but with a strange longing I'd never felt before. They held each other close, the love radiating off them intense enough for me to almost reach out and touch. A love as strong as what I saw every day from Hadley and Edric. I walked all the way to the fence. The man turned to me, and though his face remained out of focus, a pair of dark brown eyes narrowed then widened as they landed on me. The scene shifted, and I spun around as if pushed by a gust of wind. When I righted myself, I was in a room that looked a lot like the attic of our house. Only the woman was there. Alone. She held something in her hands, a book maybe. Suddenly she was screaming as she dropped the object to the floor. A man shouted, but the scene changed again. I clutched at my stomach, wondering if I could be sick in whatever weird state I was in. More screaming surrounded me, and then a familiar cackle broke through the noise. As the swirling fog around me came to a sudden stop, I spotted the same two figures standing near the cliffs beside our house. The man was trying to take hold of the woman's arms, but she kept pushing him away. She seemed to be crying as she shouted at him. A dark shadow formed behind her, then slammed into her back. The man yelled and pulled something small and round from his pocket. He tried to reach her again, but then the woman threw herself off the cliff. The man fell to his knees. My heart broke for him at what I'd just witnessed. The fog closed in again, and I was in a dark void. There was nothing here. I took a few steps forward, and they echoed in the vast open space. I wanted to wake up and get out of here, but no matter which way I walked, there was no door. No exit in sight. Those two people. Who were they? What the hell had I just seen? Mazeroth's laughter flowed over me, and I shivered at the chill racing down my back. The hair on my neck stood on end as I slowly spun around. A massive mirror faced me. In the reflection was Mazeroth. "You know it'd be nice if one of these times you just used your own face," I complained as he appeared as a twisted version of me again. He said nothing. Didn't even leer like he usually did. He simply stood there, glaring at me as if it was my fault I just went on some weird trip through my own head. Those weren't even my memories. "Have fun messing with my head?" I snapped. "Interesting." I glowered at his choice of word. "Really? What's so interesting about making me watch myself commit suicide? That's what that was, right? You're trying to show me what I'll never have because of you." His lips twitched, but he made no other physical reaction to my accusation. "It's the truth, is it not? We both know it. Perhaps it's time you admit it to yourself. There will be no other life for you except this one. A constant tug of war over your own body and mind. Doesn't mean I have to make this easy for you." His expression faltered just a hint. "Your attempts to beat me back are futile. Even now, your body can barely stand containing us both." His right hand twitched. "That's what I did when I lied." My hand would twitch just slightly. This fever dream I was having, he'd never caused one before in all the time he'd been trapped in my body. Cold, yes, but not a fever and not visions like I'd just seen. Were they not caused by him then? His hand twitched again. I crossed my arms, smirking. "I fail to see what's amusing," he said, sounding bored. "Something's changed about you. I want to know what it is." I am filled with joy at the prospect of finally getting what I want. "No, that's how you were after the hex bag shit," I muttered. "This is different." I tilted my head as I studied him. "You seem almost desperate." "Is that what you think I am?" "Yeah, I do. You enjoy torturing me. You love this game of back and forth, watching me break bit by bit. You've told me so enough times. What changed?" "As I said, I grow weary of this all. I want what I was promised." "I never promised you a damn thing," I reminded him fiercely. "You did the moment you opened that book and let me in." He sneered as he spread his arms wide. "This is my domain, Hedrina. You are trespassing, and it's time you were gone. Did you show me those images or not?" His eyes narrowed. "I will show you whatever I must to get what I want." "You're lying." The fever, the visions, they weren't from Mazeroth. I had no idea where they came from or what triggered them, but for once it wasn't him messing with me. Shit. Did that mean it was whoever planted the hex bag? What if they were trying to throw me off? Weaken me, so he'd be able to break through and make me finish what I started? Fear closed in around me, and I backed away from the mirror, unable to catch my breath. I clutched at my throat as the fear became two hands cutting off my air. Mazeroth laughed darkly at the sight of me clawing at my own throat. As I grew lightheaded, my eyes fluttered shut, and the last image I'd seen before coming here hit me all over again. The man at the cliffs. Only this time he stood and turned around. His face shifted into focus enough for me to realize who I'd seen. Norn. The second I thought his name, Mazeroth bellowed in fury. The mirror shattered. He charged out of it and rushed me, wrapping his clawed hands around my neck as he lifted me off my feet. I kicked and grabbed at his arms, but he was too strong. He bared his fangs, shaking me like a doll, then tossing me aside. I rolled a few times and came to a stop. He stalked closer, chest heaving as the image of a demonic me slipped away to reveal his true form. He towered over me, his hulking shoulders and muscled chest bare as his claws lengthened. His head morphed into that of the image I'd first seen in that cursed book. 4 black horns protruded from his head, curling back and up. His face was creased and set in a permanent snarl, covered in jagged and puckered scars and burns. He raised his hand to swipe at me with those claws, but something I couldn't even begin to describe happened. A bright figure in the shape of a tall man rushed out of the shadows. He yelled and raged as he charged between Mazeroth and me, throwing himself at the demon without hesitation. Mazeroth shrieked, his form dissipating into smoke and ash, leaving the figure of pure light standing there. When it turned to face me, there was no face I could make out. It offered me a hand, and I took it. The moment we made contact, a burst of heat washed over me, and the darkness began to lessen. The strangest sense of familiarity and comfort chased away the crushing fear Mazeroth had caused. The hand holding mine felt so natural. I squinted, trying to see past the light, then I was falling backward. I sat upright in bed with a gasp, to find my sisters, Edric and Roger, all standing around my bed with varying expressions of worry and panic on their faces. Hey guys. My sisters tackled me in a hug. I frowned over their shoulders at Edric and Roger, hoping someone would give me an explanation as to why they were freaking out. I patted them on the back, then told them I couldn't breathe. They sat back in a hurry, each one smiling and taking a hand like I'd been on my deathbed. Did something happen I don't know about? I glanced past them out the window. I slept all day. 2 days, Hadley corrected anxiously. You were out for 2 days. What? Helena called me at the shop saying you had a fever. Then you were muttering in your sleep. The muttering turned to screaming and you were flailing around and looked like you were in pain, but nothing we did could wake you up, Hadley said in a rush. We thought you were going to cause a damned hurricane when the storm started brewing over the water. But then something happened and you woke up. What did he do to you? Helena whispered. I started to tell them, then stopped. There was something weird about what I saw. These weren't my usual nightmares. I strained to remember the details about the couple I'd seen, but the harder I tried to think about them, the more the images slipped away. Brina? Sorry, I told Helena when she squeezed my hand. I'm not exactly sure what I saw. What do you mean? Did you see Mazeroth? Yeah, you could say that, I muttered to Hadley. I was surprised there weren't marks around my neck from what he'd done to me. If there were, I was sure they'd be losing it more than they already were. He was there, but not at first. There was no point in keeping anything from them, so I told them everything I remembered. Must just be some messed up dreams from the fever, right? I said after I explained what occurred right before I woke up. It was that guy, Roger chimed in. What guy? Edric asked. The guy she met at the shop. I stared at him wide-eyed and shook my head. I hadn't mentioned anything about thinking of Norn right before the figure appeared in my dreams. Leave it to him to be a big mouth. No, it wasn't. He crossed his arms. Really? You want to play that game with me? I'm not playing any game, but it wasn't him. Can we just let it go? And maybe stop acting like I'm dying. I'm perfectly fine now, see? To prove it, I stood and smirked when I didn't wobble on my feet. My stomach growled, and I headed for my bedroom door, leaving them to follow me. Maybe we should find this guy, Helena suggested while we were on the stairs. You all have fun with that, I tossed over my shoulder. This means something, Hadley added. You can't tell me it doesn't. Like what? I asked, whirling around on them all on the stairs behind me. Some guy randomly comes to town for business, and what that makes him a part of this freak show I've got going on? How? He's just some guy. He has nothing to do with magic, trust me. Just because he's not magical, doesn't mean he's not important to you somehow. He's not, I admonished Hadley. It's probably because he's the last person I saw before coming home. I have no idea who he is, but I don't know him. He's a stranger who's passing through. Do not track him down and drag him here. Helena and Hadley exchanged a look that told me they weren't going to simply let this go. I threw my arms upward with an aggravated grunt and marched to the kitchen for some food. None of them came into the kitchen, but I knew they were planning something. I can hear you, I yelled to them. There was a curse from Roger, then the front door opened and slammed shut a few seconds later. Great. This was just great.
Chapter 6. Norn. For 2 days I'd been staking out the Moonfall sisters' shop with Douglas, and for 2 days nothing happened, aside from my not seeing Rena again. 2 other women, ones who looked a lot like her, came and went, but never Rena. I wasn't sure why I wanted to see her again so badly. She clearly hadn't wanted anything to do with me after I noticed those scars on her wrist. I spent yesterday walking around again, trying to figure out why every street I went down seemed so damn familiar. With compass in hand, I searched every inch of Melancholy, but each time I was led back to the shop and to a gravel road that led into the trees. But for some reason, if I stepped onto that road, the needle would spin right back around and point me to town. If I found nothing else leading me to the demon today, then first thing tomorrow, I was going down that gravel road. My thought was that the demonic presence appeared to be directing me away from where it was located. That was the only explanation for the compass acting the way it was. Douglas had found it strange too. He'd attempted to pick up on a definite trail for us to follow, but just like the first time he'd tried, something kept interfering with his magic. We'd planted ourselves on a city bench. I sensed his eyes on me and frowned. What? Nothing. Just wondering if you're going to talk about the nightmare you had last night. I clenched my jaw and shoved my hands deep into my jacket pockets. Told you it was nothing. Didn't sound like nothing, but what do I know? I'm going to go grab us some coffee. He rose and walked with his usual annoying cheery demeanor toward the cafe. Once he was gone, I ended up trying not to dwell on the nightmare, but that's the only place my mind wanted to go. Last night, I'd passed out in our room after another long day which yielded nothing and a previous night of not sleeping. The nightmare had started out as it always does, with me watching Patrick being ripped apart. But then I found myself standing in darkness. There was nothing there, not at first. Then Rena appeared, and a massive demon attacked her. She was helpless against it. I shouted and rushed to get to her. My body glowed with a bright light, and when I crashed into the demon, it vanished. I'd reached for her hand, and the second she took it, I'd woken up confused with Douglas in my room. He'd rushed over from his when he heard my shouting. We were the only guests at Glinda's now, and she was apparently a very sound sleeper. Douglas had been bugging me about it ever since, but I refused to tell him anything. All he'd do was try to find meaning to the nightmare. But that's all it was, a nightmare. Didn't matter what I saw or what I felt when Rena had taken my hand. Get a grip, I told myself. Means nothing. She's just been on your mind, that's it. Let it go. Find the demon, kill it, and get out of here. An old man with a cane walking by stopped short. You okay, son? Yeah, sorry. Just talking to myself. Shit, how much had he heard? He chuckled then, to my surprise, sat down beside me. Judging by that look on your face, I'd say you've got yourself some woman trouble. I nodded without thinking. Not like I'm staying here to see if it could become something. His keen eyes took in my face. You look familiar. Have you been here before? Nope, first and last time. I could have sworn I've seen you around, but that's all right. If you're passing through, may I hazard a guess that this woman is someone you met here? I shifted on the bench, wishing the old man would go away. Something like that. He leaned over a bit, then sighed with a knowing smile. From the way you're staring at that shop front, I'd say it's one of the Moonfall sisters. I cleared my throat but said nothing, hoping he'd take the hint and leave it alone. Where the hell was Douglas anyway? The old man only chuckled louder and clapped me on the shoulder. We talked once, I found myself saying, not sure why I was talking to this guy. Just once, and I can't get her out of my head. Helena or Rena? Better not be Hadley. She's engaged. Rena, I answered, then shook my head. Pretty sure I messed up. Son, if there's one thing I learned through the years, don't sell yourself short. Besides, she's not the easiest person to talk to. You know her? He settled against the bench, staring up at the cloudless sky. I do. Known her since she was little. His brow furrowed as he tapped his cane lightly on the concrete between his feet. She's had it hard these last few years. Whatever she said to chase you off, I wouldn't take it personally. Not sure why I'm even bothering. I'm not going to be around long. You know, as much as I don't like to admit it, there's a certain magic to being in Melancholy, he mused, a content smile on his face. It does things to people. Makes them feel like they've come home. You wouldn't be the first person to say they were just passing through only to make this your place. He paused and looked at me again. You sure you're not from around here? Have family here? Maybe some relatives from back in the day. Yeah, pretty sure. I saw the hulking demon charge toward Rena again, and shook my head to clear away the image. You said she had it rough the last few years, I said quietly. What happened? That is something you'll have to ask her. She thinks we don't know everything that goes on here, he whispered, almost as if to himself. But we know. And we'll always be here for them. That's what you do for family, no matter how much trouble you give each other. Then he smiled again and patted me on the back. Talk to her at least once before you leave town. You never know what might happen. With a wink, he set off down the sidewalk leading to the park. If the demon was involved with the witches, I could use that as an excuse to speak to Rena. I'd have to come clean with what I was, but they should know about the hunters, since they were part of a coven. I would use that to talk to her, at least one more time like the old man said. Great, I muttered to myself as I got to my feet and made for the shop. Now you're taking advice from strangers. What's the point? You can't get close to anyone. Not worth it. I glanced around for Douglas, but he was still missing. He'd just have to find me, like he always did. I picked up the pace, needing to finish this job so I could get the hell out of Melancholy. The sun that had been warming me all morning went away. Confused, I glanced up to find a heavy bank of black storm clouds moving in from out of the blue. Lightning lit the massive thunderheads, and the crash that thundered afterward made several bystanders jump in alarm. The wind gusted through the town square, and the heavy scent of sulfur hit my nose. Demon, I whispered, then quickly found the compass in my pocket. The needle spun around and around in a seemingly endless dance, until it shuddered to a stop, pointing in the direction of the gravel road. Norn, Douglas shouted, rushing to my side. I showed him the compass, and he tossed the coffees in the trash can on the sidewalk. We took off at a dead sprint, as the storm continued to build over the town. As we reached the road, the lightning seemed to be coming from a black cloud at the center of it all. We came around a bend in the gravel road to find an old Victorian-style house set amongst the trees, with a cliff 50 or so yards off to its right. The storm was centered directly over it. Another rumble of thunder shook the ground. I picked up speed until I was at the front door. Douglas cursed, gasping for air, and catching up to me a couple of seconds later. I banged my fist on the door. This was where the demon resided. Hello, I yelled, knocking on the front door. A woman screamed. The sound of vicious laughter followed. I stepped back, not about to let the demon kill someone. With 2 kicks, the door swung open, and I rushed into the house with Douglas right behind me. "Rena!" I called out. She was at the bottom of a set of stairs, her hair hanging over her face as she knelt, hunched over. Her nails dug into the hardwood floor hard enough to create rivulets. She was breathing harshly, and when I approached, a deep growl came from her. "Demon hunters," a ragged voice said with a hiss as Rena lifted her head. "How dare you come here?" I expected to find a fully manifested demon attacking Rena. This was worse, much worse. She seemed a bit off the day I spoke to her, but not like others who'd been possessed. Maybe Douglas was right. I shouldn't be out in the field if I missed the signs, no matter how slight they were. And now her life was in grave danger. I took another step closer. Douglas moved to my right, forming a wall between it and the front door. "Let her go." "Now," I commanded. His cackle made me wince, but this wasn't my first demon. Rena's head tilted to the side as her eyes, now white, glaring at me. Her lips spread wide in a cruel smile as she climbed to her feet. "You cannot save her. Let her go. It will be better for you." Thunder continued to roll over the town as heavy rain battered the windows. I reached into my pocket and removed the small vial of blessed water, as well as the medallion of purity. Douglas mirroring my actions. I should have trusted my instincts. This was why I was pulled to Rena, why I dreamt about her. I had to get the demon out of her before it tore her soul apart. With the water in my left and the medallion in my right, I took another step forward, then another, keeping a close eye on her white eyes. "One last time, save yourself some pain, demon, and leave her." "The witch is mine," he snarled and lunged for me. I met the attack, splashing water across her face. The demon hissed and shifted course to the right. Douglas was ready for the move and drove her back further with another splash of water. A furious growl fell from her lips. She swiped at us, sharp claws protruding from her fingers. I held her at bay, while Douglas started the exorcism, the old words falling from his lips, causing physical pain to the demon in front of me. The devil continued to growl and snarl, trying to get to Douglas through me, but the water kept it back. When Douglas reached the third line of the spell, Rena's body went rigid and she collapsed to her knees. I paused as she lifted her head, her eyes shifted back to gray. "Norn?" She gasped and choked, holding her hands to her throat as if she couldn't breathe. Her eyes continued to slip between gray and white as she fought for control against the demon. "You have to go," she rasped. "Please." I knelt in front of her, taking hold of her hands to try and calm her. "You've been possessed by a demon. I know it hurts, but I'm going to get it out of you. Just hold on." Her eyes went wide and she shook her head. "Can't. Norn." Whatever else she wanted to say was lost as the demon retook control. A backhand sent me sprawling across the front entry, right into Douglas, taking him out too. He bashed his head into the doorframe and slumped to the floor. I shook him. He grunted but didn't open his eyes. A guttural growl came from behind me. I whipped around in time to see Rena get back to her feet and spread her arms wide as the demon bellowed so loudly I expected my ears to start bleeding. I picked up the medallion I'd dropped, but not in time to get a good grip on it. Rena charged me, grabbed me by my shoulders, and tossed me over her head. I slammed into the hardwood floor, and the medallion rolled away from me. Cursing and wiping blood from where I bit my lip when I crash-landed, I crawled across the floor. She stalked closer. "You should never have come back," the demon said, each word biting at me like 1,000 ants crawling across my skin. "Now you will burn." The medallion was in my hand as I whirled around. I didn't give it a chance to attack, pressing it against Rena's neck. The stench of burning flesh filled the house. I picked up the ancient words where Douglas had left off in the spell, forcing her back until she was pinned to the wall. The demon shrieked, scratching my arm as it tried to get free. "No." Rena's sisters charged through the front door. The one with longer hair waved her hand and sent me flying into the bottom steps. Rena collapsed to the floor in a heap. "Get away," I warned, scrambling to get up. "She's possessed." "We know," the other sister with short hair said, not even looking at me. "Rena. Come on, honey, wake up. Rena. Damn it. What do you mean, you know?" I demanded. They ignored me as the short-haired sister tapped Rena's cheeks. Her eyes suddenly shot open, but they were solid white. She smirked, then all three of us were thrown back into the wall. I moved to get in front of the sisters as Rena stood upright, the demon clearly in control. "Stay out of this," the demon warned, but it wasn't looking at me. "You've caused me enough troubles." "You bastard," one of the sisters shouted. The demon cackled gleefully. "You can't save her. No one can. It's far too late for that, and you only have yourselves to blame. Live with that for eternity." "No," the sisters snapped together. "You give her back to us," one of them shouted. I had no idea what was going on, but they were obviously not surprised to find Rena was possessed. The burnt sigil on her neck was nearly complete. If I could get the medallion on her again, I'd be able to finish this. "Come on, demon hunter," the demon taunted as though reading my mind. "Time to meet your end. I should have killed you the first time we met." "Don't." A hand grabbed hold of my arm. I glanced over my shoulder to see the long-haired sister shaking her head at me. "Please. She's possessed. I have to. I told you to stay out of this, witch." Rena waved her hand, and her sisters banged into the wall again, but this time they were stuck there. Now where were we? Ah, yes, that's right. "I'm going to rip your heart out and eat it as you watch." How does that sound? It screeched menacingly as it tapped a claw against Rena's chin. Her eyes narrowed and she licked her lips. "Perhaps I should torture you a bit first. You and your friend. Make you pay for making me wait." I spun the medallion over in my palm, but made no move forward. That was the second time it said something that made no sense to me. I'd met plenty of demons in my time, but something about this one seemed familiar. Like I'd faced him before. "Who are you?" "A demon." "What does it matter who I am, Hunter? You're going to die either way." "It matters to me." Rena's hand twitched, and the white flickered to gray for a split second, then went to stark white. "The demon who's going to send you to hell, where you can join the rest of your kin, the fires of damnation. My, I wonder what dear Patrick will think when you find him down there. You'll be another failure." As he was. My brother's dying screams flooded my mind, and all I saw was red. I charged forward, grabbed hold of Rena, and pressed the medallion to her neck again. Her sisters screamed, but I tuned them out, only seeing the demon in front of me that needed to be sent back to hell. As the medallion glowed, telling me the spell was almost complete, the demon's scream cut off. Its eyes flashed gray as Rena regained control for just a second. There was no fear there, none at all. Just an overpowering look of relief that cut straight through the fury inside my veins. It didn't seem to be the kind of relief that would come from being able to live her life without this demon. It was relief that it was over. I'd seen that look too many times in the eyes of hunters I'd lost when their wounds were too grievous to save them. I stopped the final word of the spell from crossing my lips, and the demon took back full control. It lunged for me, but it was Douglas who intercepted its attack and wrapped his arms around her body, pinning her arms to her sides. Rena thrashed in his grasp, but something about this was wrong. "Finish it," Douglas yelled over the shouting witches. I shook my head and shoved the medallion in my pocket. The demon's cackling flooded the house as it burst free of Douglas's hold and came for me. She took me to the floor and punched me twice, sending my head flying to the right then left as blood spurted from my lips. With bloodied knuckles she brought her fists down, ready to hit me again. I braced for the hit, but it never came. Rena's hands shook as she yanked them away from me and slid off my body. A rasping sound came from her mouth, and then she rolled her head on her shoulders. But it was her, mostly. Her gray eyes stared at me, then they slipped back to white. They narrowed to slits as her nostrils flared. She took an unstable step forward, but whatever control the demon had over the witch seemed to be waning. One way or another, I will get what I want. Perhaps sooner rather than later. I expected her to take off through the front door or attack again. Instead, Rena's eyes returned to gray, and she sucked in air as if she'd been drowning. Her gaze found mine and held it. Then her eyes rolled back into her head, and she collapsed to the floor. She began to seize. I took hold of her and turned her on her side. Douglas knelt beside me, helping me as her sisters rushed over to assist. The fit stopped in seconds, and then she went still. Too still. Rena! I touched her cheek, laying her on her back. There was no response. She's not breathing. I pressed my fingers to her neck and cursed. No pulse. Her sisters shouted her name as I started CPR. My mind was a jumbled mess, but I was not going to let her die. I'd seen strong possessions before, but nothing like this. That demon had been powerful, and the things it said, it had to know me somehow. Maybe I'd defeated it before, and it held a grudge. The idea of demons possibly taking hits out on hunters who'd exorcised them before sent an uncomfortable chill down my spine. I would worry about that later. I kept doing compressions, stopping only long enough to check her pulse and breathe into her lungs. What seemed like an eternity later, she sucked in air and coughed, sitting upright, flinging herself into my arms practically. I held her as she clung to my shirt, her breathing ragged and unsteady. I tipped her chin, giving me a good look at her eyes. Gray. Norn, she gasped and glared as she shoved at me. Why did you do that? You were possessed, I said, glancing at the burn on her neck. I had no choice. Why did you stop? She demanded as Douglas and I exchanged a confused glance. Her sisters tried to calm her, but she smacked their hands away. You should have let him do it. You should have just let me go. Why didn't you just let me go? Tears shimmered in her eyes, and then she completely fell apart. Her sisters seemed at a loss for what to do. The worst of the storm passed, and a gentle rain fell instead. A light wind blew moisture in the ajar front door. I don't understand, I finally said. You're demon hunters, aren't you? The sister with long hair said. I'm Hadley. That's Helena. Norn, I told them. That's Douglas. And yeah, we are. Can someone explain to me what's happening here? Helena had finally gone to Rena and was whispering to her. Hadley rubbed her forehead, then looked at me, a sad smile on her face. How about I make us some tea, and we'll tell you both everything you need to know. It's a long story. Numbly, I nodded, and we followed her to the kitchen, leaving Rena and Helena in the entryway. Chapter 7. Norn. I spun the warm mug of chamomile tea around in my hands. Helena and Rena had finally joined Hadley, Douglas, and me at the kitchen table. We'd cleaned up our minor injuries, then waited. None of them had said a word yet. I wasn't sure if I should say something to get the conversation going, when Rena shoved her tea aside and stood to pace around the kitchen. It's my fault, she said quietly. All of it, everything that's happened with the demon. Don't, Hadley argued, drawing a scowl from Rena. It's not, at least not entirely. Rena being possessed? I asked. Rena's eyes flicked to mine and held my gaze. I did something stupid and ended up bringing a demon into our world. Mostly into our world. He possessed you, I acknowledged. She nodded. I sat back in my chair, not breaking eye contact with her. How long have you been like this? More than 2 years. I had to have heard her wrong. No one had ever survived being possessed for that long. No one I'd ever encountered. That can't be right, Douglas said with a tone of disbelief. It is, and every day it's getting harder to keep him from taking over. To keep him from finishing what he started. She turned her back to us as she leaned on the kitchen counter. I'm tired, so damn tired, all the time. I just want it to be over. Hadley and Helena were on their feet in a shot. You don't mean that, Hadley shouted. You can't. After what happened a couple of days ago. And now this? Yeah, I do. What happened 2 days ago? Douglas asked. All three sisters turned to stare at us, but it was Rena who answered. Mazeroth wanted me to kill myself. Almost succeeded, but I managed to stop him at the last moment. Douglas seemed just as confused as I was. I tried to explain it to her, though I didn't get it myself. I don't understand. If you die, he has to find a new host. Demons aren't strong enough to survive on their own. He needs you alive. The idea of Rena killing herself made me anxious to assure myself she was, in fact, still alive and standing there. I waited for the witches to agree with me, but instead they exchanged a glance. What am I missing here? Back when he first possessed me, I tried to kill myself, Rena said calmly, even as her sisters tensed and looked pointedly at the floor, as if they hated being reminded of what she went through. They found me just seconds after and tried to save me. My soul hadn't moved on yet, and they cast a spell to bring it back into my body, only they didn't merely bring me back. The tension in the kitchen increased tenfold as I waited for her to go on. She took a deep breath, then told me exactly how her sisters saved her and the cost she paid. He didn't simply possess her. When her sisters cast the spell to trap her soul back in its body, they caught the demon with her, essentially making it his body too. He didn't need her to be alive, to take over her body and use it as his own. He wanted her dead, so he could take total control. He'd be able to roam at will with no need for a host. Would an exorcism not work? I asked, wondering if they'd tried yet. The demon warned us that if we tried, it would kill our sister, Helena replied. We're not willing to risk her life to try and find out. After this much time, the demon might be right. Add to this, the state Rena was in when he became trapped in her body. If we'd gone through with the exorcism, she could be dead by now, Douglas said, folding his hands on the table. What do you mean? Hadley asked. He sighed. You said she had no pulse when you found her. No breath. Nothing. Yeah, so. Helena snapped. I'm not trying to say you did something wrong, but do you mind if I take a closer look at you? He asked Rena. What do you mean? He's a witch, I told her. Coven from Colorado, he explained as he rose to stand. May I? He approached Rena, and she nodded slowly. He held out his hand, and after a questioning look my way, she placed hers in his. Just clear your mind the best you can. This won't hurt. Might feel weird. What are you going to do? Hadley asked. Soul reflection spell, he said quietly. You can do one of those. Rena's eyes widened. I can. I just want to see the state you're in. He told her to close her eyes, and after another glance my way, she did. Douglas placed his palm against her forehead as he shut his eyes, then recited the spell. It was short, but each word built with power, until his palm flattened against Rena's head and she gasped. Her hand squeezed his, but she didn't appear to be in pain. I was on my feet in an instant anyway, anxious for it to be over. Silence fell over the room. I counted the seconds that turned to minutes. Rena's breathing grew faster, and then she sagged. I rushed forward to catch her as Douglas stumbled backward into the counter. He was pale and looked like he was going to be sick. Rena groaned. Her eyes fluttered, then opened. You all right? I asked, smoothing her hair from her face. Her gray eyes darkened, and I was extremely aware of how close we were at that moment. How cold her skin was to the touch, and how much I suddenly wanted to hug her until she was warm again. I searched her eyes, trying to understand what I was feeling, when a flash of déjà vu had me biting back a curse. I'd been like this before with her. I would have sworn I had been. With her tucked in my arms. Rena. It was all I could get out as she continued to stare at me, like she too had experienced something weird. Yeah, I'm good. Lightheaded but good. What did you see? I asked Douglas once Rena was in a kitchen chair. He still looked ready to puke, but pulled himself together. I wish I could have better news, but she's in rough shape. Very rough shape. He took a shaky breath, then with an apologetic look at Rena, relayed everything he saw. Her soul is torn to pieces. For 2 years, the demon has been hacking away at her, weakening her. But we can fix it, right? You have to have a way to fix this. You're demon hunters. This is your job to fix people who are possessed, Helena ranted, wringing her hands. Please tell me you can save her. Douglas hung his head, and my heart dropped to the floor. If we'd gotten here 2 years ago, we might have been able to, but now with the condition of her soul, her body, if we perform an exorcism, it will kill her. Rena's sisters gasped, but she showed no reaction. The only thing that changed was her eyes. The same look of relief I'd seen when I was almost finished with the exorcism appeared. I wasn't sure why, but I didn't like that look, not at all. I took a step toward her, as if I hoped I'd be able to talk her out of whatever she was planning to do. Why in the world would she listen to me? I was a stranger here. A stranger bringing a death sentence. Why? Hadley finally asked. Why would it kill her? It's her body. The demonic essence is what's keeping her alive, Douglas said sadly. If you take that away, she won't last long. Days. Weeks if you're lucky, but no more. And if he gets me to kill myself, then he'll be able to take full control. Rena smiled bitterly. Either way, he wins. Can't say I didn't see this one coming. Don't do that, Helena argued. Just don't. Do what? Give up. I know that tone of voice. I might not have recognized it back then, but I do now. We're going to find a way to save you. We have time. You've held out this long. You'll just keep fighting, she rambled. You have to keep fighting. And you've got them and us, and it'll work. Something will work. I didn't think Douglas's face could get any paler, but it did. I'm afraid that's not possible. Hadley and Helena looked like they were ready to throw Douglas out the kitchen window. Rena shot them both a pointed glance, and they backed down. A little. I'm sorry, Rena, but this demon has done a great amount of damage to you. I'm amazed you've been able to last this long, but I think you'll be lucky to make it another month. I'm so sorry. I wish I had better news, but... You're wrong, Hadley cut him off. You have to be wrong. She's strong. She can do this. Helena chimed in, and soon she, Hadley, and Douglas were arguing and yelling. All the while, Rena stayed quiet. A sad peace came over her face. I'd seen that expression before, on a face that looked very similar to the one I was looking at now. My heart lurched, as I had the strangest notion that whoever I thought Rena looked like had succeeded in killing herself. A vision of Rena tossing herself over a cliff struck me like a kick to the gut. I sucked in a painful breath of air. A grief that wasn't mine slammed into me, and I grabbed the kitchen table to keep myself upright. The rush of emotions I had when Patrick died tripled. It was as though someone had ripped my heart from my chest. The feeling of comfort and home I'd been trying to shake since coming here increased. I raised my gaze to find Rena studying me. There was a question there, but I couldn't figure out what it was. 3 days ago, she might have been a stranger, but in those few seconds with our eyes locked, it seemed like we'd known each other for years. Then she blinked, and the connection broke. The weight on my chest lessened, but it did nothing to help me, except what I knew she was going to say. She whistled loudly. Her sisters and Douglas shut up and turned to her. Just stop, all right? He's telling the truth, and you can't sit there and tell me you expected to hear anything different. He's only one person with one opinion, Hadley started. Rena held up her hand. Mazeroth's getting stronger. I've been feeling it for months now, and one of these times, I won't be able to wrest control away from him. She rubbed at her wrist absently, right where the scars were. If it stops Mazeroth from being free, then so be it. This was not the situation I planned on walking into. Not even close. Rena might have brought Mazeroth into the world, but she didn't deserve to die because of it. My job was to save those possessed, not kill them in the process. A lump formed in my throat as I looked at her, wondering if she was really ready to die. Just like that. There was so much pain and sadness in her gray eyes, and at the same time, I caught the slightest hint of hope. Hope that there was an end to her torment. It was like someone stabbed a knife through my heart. I couldn't breathe. A rushing filled my ears. "You can't exorcise the demon," Hadley was saying when I was able to hear again. "Rena's strong. She might not think it, but she can hang on until—" "No," Rena interrupted. "I can't. You have to stop waiting for a miracle to happen." "What are you saying?" I heard myself ask. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly. "I'm saying perform the exorcism. If I live, then great. But if not, at least Mayzeroth is forced to go with me. It's the only way to ensure he can't get out." She had a point, but it didn't make her words any easier to accept. "I won't let you do this," Hadley stated as Helena nodded beside her. "It's too hard." Rena sounded at her breaking point. "And what happens if he hurts either of you? Or someone else I care about? I'd never be able to live with myself, and you two are dealing with enough guilt as it is." "So, you want us to let you die?" Helena yelled. "Just stand back and let it happen. Why else would a demon hunter show up in town? You said it yourself. This was a sign. To get help, not to kill you." Tears slipped from Hadley's eyes. She furiously wiped them away. "I won't let you do this. You don't have a choice." Rena took her hand, then Helena's. "And I want to do it today." Her sisters immediately started to shriek. Douglas cleared his throat loudly. "We'll give you some time to talk. Is there somewhere we can talk outside? Give you some privacy." "Out back," Rena said as her sisters continued to glare. "Thanks. Just, let us know when you're ready. And please take your time." He gave her a sympathetic smile, then hurried out the back door Rena had pointed to. After a second, I followed. The fresh air was a welcome change after the encounter with the demon. This was not how I expected today to go. Not even close. There I was thinking I was going to save Rena, and instead, I was going to be her executioner. Patrick's dying screams crashed into me as we stepped out and into what looked like a garden. His death had nearly broke me, and it hadn't even been at my hands. How the hell was I going to survive killing Rena? "You going to be all right?" Douglas asked. "Nothing about this is all right." I ran my hands over my head, staring over the cliffs at the water beyond. "This isn't what I came here to do." "You're not doing anything." "What?" "I'm not stupid. I saw how you looked at her. If you do the exorcism, it'll haunt you for the rest of your life. And I am not going to find you with a bullet in your brain, got it?" I paced away from him, then came back. "I can handle it." "The hell you can." "Douglas, I can do it. I will do it. If I can't do this, then it means I can't keep being a hunter. What else am I going to do with my life?" He hesitated, then nodded once firmly. "Fine, but you're not doing it alone." There was a chance Rena would survive, but that was just me clinging to hope. Douglas pulled out his cell and started to text someone. "Who are you messaging?" "Vic?" "Yeah. Something about this all seems off to me. That name Rena mentioned. Mayzeroth, think I've heard it before. And what he said to you makes me think we've dealt with this demon at one point or another. Maybe." I replayed the last hour over in my mind as Douglas texted Vic. Everything the demon told me sounded familiar. His voice, that damned laugh, even the white eyes. Whoever he was, something told me even if Rena was willing to do the exorcism, Mayzeroth was not going to make it simple.
Chapter 8. Hedrina. The second the door closed behind Norn and Douglas, Helena and Hadley turned their glares to me. "Don't even start." I tugged my hands free of theirs. "You know this is the only way." "The hell it is," Helena snapped. "Don't you walk away from us." I ignored her, went to the pantry, and pulled out the bottle of tequila as well as several shot glasses. I lined them up on the counter, filled them full, then shot them all back. I wasn't much of a drinker, but considering I was about to die, it seemed appropriate I be intoxicated when the end came. That, and a tiny part of me said this wasn't what I should be doing. All I kept seeing were Norn's eyes and the intense emotion in them. The need to help, the need to save me. And that damned annoying feeling that I knew him somehow. That we'd done all this before. It didn't matter. Mayzeroth was already stirring in my head again. I had to do this now and stop him while there was still some strength in me. I refilled the shot glasses. This time Hadley and Helena were right beside me, drinking their shots as I took care of the other 2 glasses. There has to be another way, Hadley said as I filled the glasses for the 3rd time. My lips were tingling, and a giggle bubbled up inside me. There isn't, I said through laughter. You heard what Douglas said. Either way, I'm going to end up dying from Mayzeroth. You know it. Helena knows it. And I know it. Nothing else to be done. I picked up another glass. Helena took it from me. You're our baby sister. You're supposed to live the longest out of us, remember? You can't die, not yet. It's not fair. She was crying. Soon my giggles turned to tears as I embraced her. Then Hadley was hugging us both, and we sank to the floor, holding each other close as reality closed in around us. You did all you could, I said through my tears. I know you did. This is the only way to save me. Really save me. But we're not saving you, Hadley gasped, shaking her head. We're losing you. We failed. Mom and Dad, Helena whispered. What do we tell them? We can't just say we let you die. I gently wiped the tears from her cheeks, then Hadley's, finding a moment of clarity despite the booze and the overwhelming sadness ripping me apart. You tell them the truth we've been hiding for years. You tell them I fought as long and as hard as I could. If I go this way, it's on my terms. My choice. He doesn't get to win. Not in the end. Hadley kept shaking her head as she hugged me harder. We need more time. I'm out of time. I can't keep doing this. I can't. I wasn't lying when I said I was tired of fighting. Of seeing his face in the mirror instead of mine. Hearing his laughing inside my head all the time. And the nightmares, I whispered on a sigh, they'll finally stop. I can be at peace. You are saving me by letting me go. We sat on the floor, hugging and passing the bottle of tequila. I was surprised when they stopped arguing with me, but figured they finally understood what I'd been going through. Coming to terms with the fact that they couldn't save me. I didn't want to leave them with more guilt than they already had. I was as sad as they were to leave this world behind. I wanted so much more out of my life, but Mayzeroth took that all away from me. I would get the last laugh even if it killed me. The front door opened, and Edric called for Hadley. She didn't move, and he found us huddled together on the kitchen floor. What happened? He asked, alarmed. I came back to town. Someone said there was a storm. No one was at the shop. Hadley. I nudged her and she stood, wiping the wetness from her cheeks. Come on, we need to talk. About what? He asked, worriedly glancing at me. Just come with me, okay? I'll explain everything. Helena and I stayed where we were until the bottle of tequila was empty. I rested my head on her shoulder, enjoying what time I had left with my sister. No, Edric shouted from the living room. She can't. It's her choice. The hell it is. She can't just give up. You all just can't let her die. We're not, Hadley argued as her voice shook. Edric stomped back into the kitchen, chest heaving, head shaking. You are not going to let these hunters kill you. I won't let it happen. Helena and I stood, then I hugged Edric. I'm glad you came back to Hadley. You two are going to have a wonderful life together. And you better make sure you help Helena find her happy ending for me. You have to promise me you'll look after them. Tears burned in my eyes, but I didn't let them fall. Edric hugged me. I'm sorry, he whispered. I'm so damn sorry. It's okay. It's all going to be okay. I kissed his cheek, then smiled as he let me go. I told Helena to have Norn and Douglas come back in. There was something I wanted to talk to them about first. She seemed reluctant to go, but finally did as I asked. A minute later, she returned with Norn and Douglas. We introduced them to Edric, then I motioned for them to follow me. Douglas asked if Norn could handle it. He wanted to speak with my sisters again. My heart fluttered at the thought of being alone with Norn. Helena and Hadley hugged me again, then let me leave the kitchen. I walked to my room with Norn a silent shadow behind me. When we reached my room, and I stepped inside, I had to wait a second to make sure I wasn't going to fall apart. Rena. His deep voice saying my name made me smile. It could have been the booze, but I knew that wasn't it. I had some weird connection to this guy, and here I was about to die. I'd never get to know what it was or why. Didn't matter. I had to do this. Right, sorry. I need you to do me a favor when it's over. I went to my desk and pulled out a small green and blue card box. In it were letters I'd written a long time ago, one for each of my sisters, my parents, and one for Roger. Could you give these to my sisters? He stared at them. Why me? Because I know you'll make sure they get where they need to go. I offered them to him again, and he took them. I glanced around my room and spotted the painting I completed a few nights ago. And one more thing. I went to the painting and brought it out to the center of my bedroom for him to see. He studied it. I want you to have this one. It's the last one I made. You were admiring the others in the shop. If you want any of them, you only have to ask my sisters. They're yours. He set the letters on the desk and took the painting. Is that me? It is. Didn't even realize what I was painting, but now I guess it makes sense. His jaw clenched and he swallowed loud enough for me to hear. Carefully, he rested the painting against the side of the desk and looked at me. Guess it does. His gaze flicked to my neck. I raised my hand without thinking to touch the burn on my skin. With all the commotion, there'd been no time for me to stop and feel it, but I did now. The spot burned, but it wasn't terrible. I'm sorry about that. Why? You were doing your job. My job, he said bitterly. This isn't part of my job. I'm supposed to save people from demons, but I arrived too late and that's not acceptable. He backed away a step as he spun slowly around, taking in my room, the posters and paintings on the walls, the knickknacks scattered around. When he faced me again, his face shifted and moved before my eyes like I was seeing someone else. The strangest urge to rush forward and hug him had me taking a step to do just that, but I stopped myself short. What was wrong with me? It's not your fault, I told him. No one's but mine. This still shouldn't be the only way, not now, not when I don't even know what's happening. I frowned. I told you what's happening. Not with the possession. With this town and you. He let out a shaky breath, and seemed like he was about to close the distance between us. My heart raced. I wanted him to. I wanted him close to me again. I wanted him to hold me as he had after the episode with Mazeroth. Since the day I drove over the town line, I felt different. There's magic here. Centuries of it. No, he said, shaking his head. This has nothing to do with magic. I've been around magic all my life, but being here? Being near you? It's all so familiar, like I've done this before. It's like I'm stuck in a loop of déjà vu that's never going to end. My eyes widened, and I knew the second he noticed because he did take a step closer. You feel it too, don't you? The visions I had of the couple rushed back to me, and it became a struggle to breathe. I never saw the face of man in those images. But his eyes, they were the same eyes holding my gaze now. I didn't understand any of it. Why had I seen those moments? Who were they about? Even as I thought of the question, a tiny voice said I already knew the answer, I just didn't want to admit it. Those moments had ended in death and despair. It would be no different for Norn and me, no matter what we felt toward each other. For all I knew, those were visions of the future trying to warn me of the pain we'd endure if he attempted to save me. "Rena," he whispered, and I was powerless to look away. "What have you seen?" "Nothing," I lied. He took another step closer, and another, until we were only inches apart. He gazed down at me, his narrowed eyes searching for answers I refused to give. "How do I know you?" "You don't. You're lying." I knew your laugh the second I heard it. Your voice, your eyes, all of it's hitting me like I'm waking up from a dream. "And then I saw you in a nightmare, and you end up being possessed by a demon," he rambled, not making much sense. "Why?" The second he mentioned the nightmare, my lips parted, and I had to bite back a curse. He'd been the glowing figure in my dream. He had to be. He saved me from Mayzeroth then, maybe there was a chance he could save me now. I turned my back on him, trying to stop myself from telling him everything I'd seen since he walked into the shop. As I lifted my head, I spotted my reflection in the window. Only it wasn't me. It was Mayzeroth, glaring at me as he sneered. His cackling started inside my head, and the unfairness of my life shattered what little control remained over my emotions. Whoever Norn might be or might have been to me, it was too late. "Rena," he started, but I cut him off as I whirled around. "No, just stop, all right? Just stop. We can't. Whatever you think or I think doesn't matter anymore. I have to do this. Don't you understand? I have to, or he wins, and I won't let that happen. I won't." The rest of what I wanted to say was cut off as I sucked in a painful breath that turned into a sob. I sank to the floor, and not to my surprise, Norn was there with me. He wrapped his arms around me, and I fell into his chest, soaking his shirt as I cried and cursed at the universe. The timing was off. Why couldn't he have come here a few years earlier? Why did it have to be now, when all hope was lost? Someone who made me feel emotions I didn't even know I had anymore. His arms were warm and protective as he held me, running his fingers through my hair to try and calm me. Everything he did and said was like from a dream. We'd been here before, in this very moment, and it killed me to know this would be the only time I'd get to feel him like this. "What are you doing?" I tensed for a second at the sound of Mayzeroth's voice, but didn't want Norn to know I'd heard the demon. "What do you think? You can't do this. It won't work, and you don't have what it takes." "To kill you?" "Yeah, I think I do." "You're going to die too, Hedrina." "I know, but I'll be taking you with me." "Scared, Mayzeroth?" His snarl was answer enough. I continued, "I don't see the problem. You've wanted me to kill myself for years. Now you're finally getting your wish. I won't let you do this." "Who said you have a choice? You may have won once before, but you will not take this chance from me. Not again." I had no idea what he meant by that. He didn't try to take control, but that didn't mean he was going to sit back quietly while the hunters performed the exorcism. The mark on my neck stung, and I winced, finally pulling back from Norn. Maybe the mark was keeping the demon at bay, which meant I didn't have much time to accomplish my plan. He'd find a way to break through eventually. We should get back downstairs," I said, wiping my face with my sleeve. Norn said nothing. He stood with me, picked up the letters, and after a second of contemplation, the painting. He waited for me at the door. I didn't know Norn at all, but at the same time being around him was natural. Comfortable. Like I was used to being near him all the time. He was willing to do what had to be done, but there was something else there. He'd lost people before, probably to demons. He knew pain and despair just as much as I did. Afterward, no matter what he told my sisters, he would carry my death for a very long time. I didn't want him to. "I'll meet you down there," I said. "Just need to grab one more thing." He nodded and left me alone. I pulled out a piece of paper and wrote him a quick letter, hoping it would be enough to help him move on. No matter what either of us felt, it wasn't his fault we would never get a chance to understand our connection. That rested with me. I folded up the letter, tucked it in an envelope with his name, then followed him downstairs to meet my fate. Chapter 9. Hedrina. Hadley and Edric sat on the couch in the living room. Helena paced in front of the fireplace, glancing at me every few seconds, then away again. Douglas and Norn had gone to the kitchen to discuss the details of the exorcism, I guessed. When they came back, Douglas stood near the front door and it was Norn who approached me. "You sure you're ready?" he asked quietly. "Rena." "Wait, you're doing it?" "I am." I shook my head. If he was the one to actually do it, he'd never forgive himself. I shot Douglas a pleading look, but his scowl told me he'd lost whatever argument they'd had over who would perform the exorcism that would kill me. A rush of images filled my mind. All of them included the two figures I'd seen in my dreams. The last was of the woman throwing herself off the cliff, and the man howling in grief as he watched, unable to save her. "No, you can't," I whispered. "Please. You don't want to do this." "I don't, but I have to. I can't stand by and let someone else take you from me." His brow furrowed. "Something tells me that's not how this is supposed to be." "Yeah, but it shouldn't be you either. I came to this town to get rid of a demon and save the person it possessed. I'm going to finish the job, no matter the consequences to myself. That's what a hunter does." I wanted to keep arguing, but Mazeroth stirred in my mind. The mark on my neck stung. I bit my tongue to stop from gasping at the sharp pain. We were out of time. Hoping I didn't regret this, I nodded and squared my shoulders. Mazeroth's cackle whispered in my ears. My hand twitched on its own. Mazeroth's getting ready to make a move, so it's now or never. "I won't lie to you," Norn said quietly. "This isn't going to be painless." "It's okay. Not like it's going to last forever, right?" His lips thinned at my words. His face went blank, and no matter how hard I looked, I couldn't get a read on what he was feeling. Douglas took a step forward, but Norn waved him back. He palmed the medallion in his right hand and took a deep, steadying breath. His eyes never left mine as he reached for me. I waited for the moment that cold metal would hit my skin. And waited. The seconds ticked by, as Norn's hand hovered just inches from my neck. What was he waiting for? His forehead wrinkled and his left eye twitched. His breathing became faster, and then his hand fell away as he stepped back. "I can't." "You have to," I whispered. "Please?" He shook his head and took another step back. "This isn't right. You don't deserve to die because of him. There has to be another way to get you free of him. To stop him." He shoved the medallion in his pocket, a determined look appearing in his eyes. "We'll find another way. We have contacts all over the globe. Someone has to know what to do." Mazeroth perked up at this new development. I waited for him to push his way forward. The mark on my neck burned, and I slapped my hand to it, trying to ease the annoying sting. "You have no idea what you're doing. None. You have no idea what you're asking of me. I'm telling you that we'll find another way so you can live," he said firmly, as Douglas nodded, also seeming relieved despite his earlier comments about my not lasting much longer. "You're strong, Rena, a hell of a lot stronger than you think. It's going to be hard, but give me time to save you. Please." My sisters and Edric were nodding in agreement. I couldn't believe them. Panic made my heart beat fast, and then I could barely breathe. The house closed in around me. I bolted from the living room, through the kitchen, then out to the gardens. I ran until I was yards away from the cliffs, and a long drop down to the rocky shore below. I'd been so close to being free, so damn close, and Norn had changed his mind. I screamed my anger at the night sky, but it was drowned out by the ocean. My hands clenched at my sides as Mazeroth's laughter grew louder, until it was all I heard. I wanted him out of my head. I wanted him dead. I clutched at my skull, willing him to slink back into the shadows, but he refused to listen. "What did I tell you? It wasn't going to happen. You'll never be rid of me, not unless you take matters into your own hands. You know what to do, Hedrina. You've always known." I shrieked as a horrible pain shot down my spine. I arched my back as it happened a second time, then a third, until I was on my hands and knees in the dead grass. Stop, please, I begged. Just stop. This is your punishment. I told you not to do this, and you did it anyway. I found myself standing upright and walking to the cliff. Maybe the knife is too clean of a death for you. How about a nice swim, hum? I clenched my jaw, willing my body to stay in my control, but he was too strong. The mark on my neck gave one last twinge, then faded. Whatever power it held over Mazeroth evaporated, and I was swiftly walking closer and closer to a grisly death. I'd been ready to die tonight, but only if he came with me. I dug my feet in the best I could, but Mazeroth dragged them across the ground, not caring if he scraped them up. I was feet away when a pair of strong arms wrapped around me and yanked me back. We rolled on the ground away from the cliff. Mazeroth screeched inside my head, screaming at me to get back up. Norn held me down, his hands comforting restraints against my shoulders. Fight him, Rena, he ordered. You're stronger than he is. You still have control. Fight him. I can't, I whispered, knowing that any second Mazeroth was going to take full control and send us both falling to our deaths. No matter what anyone did, if the demon wanted out, he found a way out. I waited for the agony to come. It always felt like Mazeroth was trying to tear his way out of me, ripping me to shreds. Norn cupped my face in his warm hands and forced me to look up at him. Look at me, Rena, just me. I choked and gasped for air, unable to keep myself still. Norn's hold tightened but didn't hurt. Look into my eyes. Focus only on me. I shut my eyes, biting my cheek to stop from screaming at the pain. When I opened them again, they latched onto Norn's dark brown stare, and calmness I never experienced before and yet knew at the same time collided with my soul. I found myself lost in those depths, and bit by bit my body stilled. Mazeroth's shouts dimmed, and eventually faded altogether. I couldn't hear him at all. Didn't even feel him stirring. I relaxed against the cold ground as Norn nodded. Told you, he whispered. How did you do that? His gaze searched mine as he shrugged. I don't know. Rena. His thumbs brushed across my face. He lowered his mouth to mine. The kiss caught me off guard, but his touch was pure heat and gave me the strangest sensation of belonging and safety. I kissed him back as we laid there close to the cliff's edge. When he drew back, his confused frown matched how I felt. We should get you back to the house. Rena, Hadley shouted, and by the time Norn had me on my feet, my sisters Edric and Douglas were there to hug me and ask me if I was all right. I'm fine, I assured them. Norn saved me. Twice now, I guess. I've seen too many people killed by demons, he told us quietly. I'm not going to let them claim another life. I'm not sure what you can do that we haven't tried. I've been texting some other hunters, Douglas said with an encouraging smile. There are a few new methods out there they've been trying. Various exorcisms and even some traps. The problem is tracking the hunters down in time. You've got a whole new network of people, Hedrina. If there's a way to save you, we'll find it. In time? I asked skeptically. I didn't want to be the negative voice here, but he said it himself. I was already running on fumes. Yes, Norn said firmly. We're going to save you. You're just going to have to tell us everything you can about this demon. Well, this is going to be a fun week, I muttered. How about we treat you both to an early dinner, Hadley suggested. We can save the demon talk for tomorrow. She and Edric led the way back to the house. Helena lingered a moment longer, eyeing and me Norn. When I gave her a pointed look, she winked then hurried to catch up with Hadley. Douglas joined them. Slowly Norn and I brought up the rear. Thanks for that, I said, nodding toward the cliffs. Wasn't about to watch you go over them again. What? His words startled me to a stop. Did you say again? He seemed as shocked as I was at what he said. Yeah, I did. Care to explain? Only if you do. About what? I asked and started to walk away, but he caught my arm. Norn, don't. No, there's something you're not telling me about all of this. You and me, what I've been seeing and feeling. I don't have an easy explanation for you. But you know exactly what I'm talking about. I told myself not to say anything but heard myself telling him that yeah, I had the same weird sensation that I knew him from somewhere. It doesn't mean anything. People have déjà vu all the time, I argued. I think it's best if we just ignore those feelings for right now. Heat rushed to my cheeks as I recalled the kiss we shared minutes ago. That was going to be a lot easier said than done, when I wanted to grab him and kiss him all over again. As if reading my mind, he shifted closer, a question in his eyes, and then I was in his arms. I kissed him, enjoying the way his arms wound around me and lifted me off my feet. He held me to him as he deepened the kiss. The world disappeared, until it was just the two of us. Kissing him was like coming up for air, after being at the bottom of the ocean for years. It lit my blood on fire, fueling my desire for Norn and my need to stay in this moment as long as I could. I miss this. I missed him. I had no idea where those thoughts came from, but they were mine. His arms tightened around me as if he felt the exact same. We were both breathing hard when we parted. He set me back on my feet. What were you saying about it not meaning anything? He asked roughly. I removed myself from his arms and put some distance between us. Heat of the moment. Adrenaline, that's all this is. That's what you're going to go with? Really? Not like I have much choice, I muttered, trying to ignore the longing to throw myself back in his arms. He was giving me something I hadn't had in a long time. Hope that I might make it out of this situation alive. It was a false hope, though. No matter what I told myself or how much I wanted a chance at a new life with Norn, a chance to understand what was happening between us, all I could see was our failing and my dying. We're going to find a way to get rid of Mayzeroth without killing you. I smiled bitterly. You don't know that. Not for certain. You can't tell me there's nothing in this world you want to live for. That you don't want to see where this will go, or what this even is. I was about to say there wasn't, but my lips still tingled from our kiss, and I had no idea how he managed to force Mayzeroth into the darkness. No one else had been able to do that, then he comes along, and my world is turned completely upside down. That's what I thought, he said with a smug smile. There's no point, no matter how strong you think I am. You're willing to give up. You saw same as I did what happened back there. You are still in control. There's no reason to stop fighting, not now. Screw what Douglas said. We might not have years to figure this out, but you're not going to drop dead tomorrow. His body tensed, and his hands lifted like he was going to reach for me, but stopped himself at the last second. Why are you so angry about it, all of a sudden? His eyes narrowed at my words. Undeterred, I continued, if you don't find a way to stop Mayzeroth without killing me, you're going to have to accept the alternative. Why? He shook his head as he spun away from me, then came marching right back. He towered over me, but once again I found myself comforted by his closeness. I've lost more people than I care to count, and all of them would have loved to have had a chance to keep on living. To keep fighting. And here you are getting that chance, and you've already got one damn foot in the grave. I'm sorry for the people you've lost, but they're not me. I'm not a hunter. I wasn't trained to deal with this shit every day, I snapped, standing toe-to-toe with him. And I doubt any of them have gone through the hell I have. You'd be surprised. Oh, really? Would I? I laughed angrily as I paced away, noticing the clouds dark with rain. They know what it's like to have a voice inside their head, telling them to hurt the people they love the most? To use their magic for evil? They understand what it means to never have a good night's sleep, because the vivid nightmares that come when you shut your eyes are so terrible, you wake up screaming or gasping for air or sobbing until your throat's raw. Or how you lose control of your body, and have no idea what you might have done or said. I scoffed as I whirled back around, glaring. Do they understand what it's like to look in a mirror and see a monster staring back at you for years? What about having a voice constantly telling you everything would be better if you just killed yourself? Norn's jaw clenched and he took a half-step closer. No. Exactly, so don't you stand there and give me some freaking lecture on how I need to keep fighting. I agreed to give you time, but no, I don't have hope that you'll succeed no matter how much. I cut myself off harshly and stormed to the house. How much what, Rena? He asked, easily keeping up with me. Nothing. I'm going to freshen up before dinner. I opened the back door to find my sisters and Edric in the kitchen, waiting for us. Douglas was in the living room, talking on the phone. I mumbled the same excuse to them, then hurried upstairs. I shut and locked the door behind me once I reached the bathroom. I waited for Mazeroth's voice to rise to the surface, but there was only me inside my head. Slowly, I walked further in and caught my reflection in the mirror. The face staring back at me was my own. That was a rare sight. I raised a hand to my cheek, wondering if it would stay like this, when a flicker of the demon lurking inside me had me turning my back on the mirror. Norn chasing Mazeroth away for good would be too damned easy. All I could hear was the sound of an imaginary clock ticking away the minutes I had left. Until I knew for sure I could be saved, I wouldn't tell Norn anything about what I'd seen. There was no point in putting him through an emotional upheaval if I was only going to die in the end. Chapter 10. Hedrina. I rolled over with a yawn and stretched. Sunlight poured in through my window. I frowned. Usually, I woke up feeling more exhausted than when I went to sleep. As I lay there watching the dead leaves rustle in the tree branches outside my window, all I felt was energetic. The sensation was odd, and I didn't trust it as I stood and walked around the room. Maybe I was dreaming. Wouldn't be the first time Mazeroth decided to play this trick on me. The longer I moved around, the more I realized this was real. I was fully awake. I grabbed a heavy sweater to combat the chilliness in the house, then went to the bathroom to freshen up. The sound of dishes clanking told me someone was still home. Probably everyone, if I had to guess. I paused at the top of the stairs after a trip to the bathroom and listened. My sisters were laughing about something. Edric joined in every now and then. They were talking about the wedding. I stayed right where I was and found myself grinning. Today was supposed to be a day of mourning, and instead the house was filled with life. Dinner last night had started out as a tense affair, with Norn and me exchanging glares across the table. Eventually, the tension eased, and we were telling stories about growing up in Melancholy. Norn and Douglas talked about the hunters, and had us laughing at some of Norn's first jobs in the field. I'd been able to relax, and as the evening gave way to night, I found Norn sitting beside me as we both laughed. His knee brushed against mine, and my heart faltered. I'd catch my breath when I leaned over far enough to touch him with my shoulder. Until I caught my twisted reflection in the kitchen window. With a mumbled excuse of going to bed early because I was exhausted, I'd gone upstairs and hidden for the rest of the night. Now, standing at the top of the steps, anxious to see Norn again, my mind wandered. What if he did find a way to get rid of Mazeroth for good? I'd have my life back. Every morning could be like this. Filled with smiles and messing around instead of sulking in fear. I sank to the top stair, imagining it all without even intending to. And there at the center of all my daydreaming was Norn. My fingers rose to my lips as I imagined our sharing another kiss, one that wasn't surrounded by darkness. I could see us laughing together so easily. See him here with me so intensely it hurt. Though I'd told him I wasn't about to have hope that I'd survive, here I was contemplating a future without Mazeroth in it. I rose and padded downstairs to join the rest of my family in the kitchen. As I turned a corner, I spotted a figure lying on the couch in the living room, a leather jacket draped over his chest as he slept. Norn. Even through the ruckus in the kitchen, he was asleep. Curious if he'd just come back early this morning, I walked into the kitchen and was immediately swarmed with hugs. "Yeah, I'm still here," I mumbled. Hadley and Edric let me go, only to have Helena squeeze me next. "Can't help it," she said, kissing the top of my head then messing up my hair. "It's nice to see you alive, sis, and looking so good." She studied me as she handed me a mug of coffee, sugar only. How'd you sleep? Better than I have in a long, long time. I nodded toward the doorway. When did he get back? Hadley and Helena exchanged a grin. He never left, my eldest sister informed me. Stayed on the couch all night. Checked on you a couple of times, according to Edric. He stayed up most of the night with him, in case Mazeroth wasn't finished. Douglas left to make more phone calls. He stayed all night? I leaned in the doorway, staring at Norn's sleeping face. Damn the man for not simply leaving. He really was going to make this difficult. No nightmares then? Helena asked. Not a one. I don't remember anything except falling into bed, then waking up this morning. Weird, right? I took a sip of my coffee, still watching Norn. I mean, I know Mazeroth's in here, but after last night it's like he's having a hard time surfacing. No one said a word. I turned around. The three of them were all grinning and looking at each other. When they noticed I was looking, Edric cleared his throat and said something about heading to the shop to open up. Coming with you. Hadley and hurried after him out the back door. Helena chuckled to herself as she poured her thermos full of coffee. I'm with them. You might want to give that poor guy some breakfast or something. Keep us posted if you need anything. You're just leaving me alone with the demon hunter? She smirked. Yep. Problem? What if something goes wrong? And he's a guy, Helena. I'm not very good with guys, remember? Something tells me that's not an issue with him. Meaning what? Meaning we saw the two of you kissing out in the garden before dinner. And at the cliffs. She grinned wider as I glowered at her. Just, act normal. It seems to be working for you so far. I blinked at her. Act normal? Are you serious right now? Helena, don't you dare walk out that dammit, I snapped when the door slammed shut behind her. Right, be normal. That's not hard. I can do this. I stared around the kitchen, then hung my head. When was the last time anything was normal for me? That, and I wasn't even sure Norn and I had a normal setting. Not with everything that occurred between us in so few days. The idea of waking him with a kiss popped into my head, but I quickly smothered it. There couldn't be any more kissing. Not until we had some semblance of a plan for what to do about Mazeroth. I had to keep my distance and not let this get messy, or at least not any messier than it already was. Coffee. I'd start with a simple cup of coffee and go from there. Unsure how he liked it, I poured a cup, then grabbed the creamer and sugar containers, put them all on a tray. I usually didn't eat in the morning, but he might. I glanced around the kitchen and spotted Hadley's batch of chocolate chip muffins from this morning. I took a bite of one to see what was in it, but it was just a regular muffin with no supernatural touches. I placed them on the tray, then carried it into the living room. I set the tray on the coffee table and cleared my throat loudly. Norn didn't budge. I didn't want to scare the shit out of him, so as gently as I could, I reached out and shook his shoulder. He bolted upright as I stumbled back into the armchair. He glanced wildly around until his gaze landed on me. Rena, shit, sorry. You okay? Yeah, I'm fine. Didn't mean to startle you, but I thought you might be hungry. He rubbed his eyes as he yawned, then swung his legs around so his booted feet hit the floor. Thanks. You didn't have to do this. It's the least I could do after last night. Didn't know you were planning on staying. He'd started to reach for the coffee but stopped. I figured I'd stick around just in case you needed me. I almost said I did need him, but ended up chugging down my coffee and burning my tongue in the process. His smile told me he caught my rushed action but didn't point it out. I appreciate it. Sorry I went to bed so early. I was just tired. You went through a lot yesterday. Think we all did. He stifled another yawn and shook his head. And I'm sorry if I was hard on you. It wasn't my place, but it's difficult for me to watch someone willingly go to their death when others I've known didn't get a say in the matter. It's okay, really. Emotions were running a bit high. Still are, I mumbled. I tucked my hair behind my ears. He poured a hint of sugar into his coffee, the same way I drank it. I sank into the armchair. "What?" he asked after he took a few sips. "Nothing. Sorry, the couch isn't the best spot to sleep. If you want to go back to your room at Glinda's and get a few more hours of sleep, that's fine. I'd rather you be well rested." "No, I'm good. Slept on worse?" He picked up a muffin and ate it in 3 large bites. "Damn, your sister really can bake." "That she can. Just don't ever ask me to do it." "That bad, huh?" he asked with a smile that lit up his eyes. "Worse actually," I said with a quiet laugh. "Spells I can do, but baking or potions, those were never my thing. I'm more prone to blowing up the house." "Sounds like my brother. He could kick a demon's ass any day of the week, but ask him to boil water, and the whole kitchen would be set on fire." His smile faltered as he gazed into his coffee. I waited for him to say more about his brother, but then he cleared his throat and set his mug down. "You seem better this morning." "I am. Slept well for the first time in years." "Is that hope I hear in your voice?" "No," I said quickly. "But I am curious as to why." "Why what?" "Why what? Why us? Why this? Why my why? So many whys." I wanted to talk about the kisses we shared yesterday, and how we should lay down some boundaries. Or how he managed to keep Mazeroth from breaking out. His careful gaze watched me, his eyes narrowing slightly as if trying to figure out what I was thinking. "Look, you can use the bathroom upstairs to freshen up if you want, then I guess we can get started with this quest of yours." "Our quest," he corrected. "And a shower would be nice if you don't mind." "Nope, help yourself. There are extra towels under the sink." He took his coffee and another muffin with him as he headed upstairs. I sank lower into the armchair. This was going to be a long, well, however long he was going to stick around. I picked up the tray and carried it back to the kitchen, nibbling on a muffin. Hadley's numerous catalogs for wedding ideas were laid out on the table. I sat down with more coffee and aimlessly flipped through them, wondering where today was going to take me and Norn. After a while, I grew tired of gazing at pictures of happy, smiling couples in the magazines and went upstairs to get dressed. At least the burn mark from the medallion had faded completely when Mazeroth took me over yesterday, so I wouldn't have to hide it or try to explain it away. The water was off in the shower, and as I passed by the bathroom door, it opened. "Just going to grab some clothes, then we can get?" The rest of the words slipped from my mind as Norn stepped into the open doorway, shirtless. There's more coffee if you want it." Damn, what was wrong with me? Norn's lips twitched. "Thanks. Rena? You okay?" I nodded, unable to tear my eyes away from the sculpted muscles of his chest. He was like a dark bronze-skinned god. How many hours had he trained to get muscles like that? I tried to look anywhere but the naked flesh before me, when my eyes were drawn to a jagged scar running across his right side down to his hip. The skin was puckered and much lighter than the rest of him. Without thinking, I stepped closer and ran my fingers along the twisted flesh. He stilled but didn't shove my hand away. "Demon gave that to me," he said, his deep voice rumbling in his chest. "Nearly killed me, but my brother arrived in time." "And the demon?" I asked, my fingers still on the scar. "My brother killed it. I've seen my share of scars," he murmured and reached for my hand. I wasn't sure what he was going to do until he pushed the sleeve back and ran his thumb over the gnarled flesh at my wrist. I've never seen ones inflicted as these were. My heart pounded, but I didn't feel the urge to yank my hand away. "I didn't see another way out," I whispered. "I just grabbed a blade and did it." "I'm glad your sisters saved you." "Did they?" He nodded firmly, then brought my scarred wrist to his lips and kissed it. "They saved you from yourself, so I could save you from the demon." "How can you be so sure?" I moved even closer until there was no space left between us, as I looked into his eyes, searching for answers. What was he doing to me? My knees were wobbly, and I was anxious but in a good way. I remembered how heated it became between us yesterday, and was eager for round 2, despite what I'd been telling myself all morning about keeping my distance. We were like two magnets. I didn't think I'd be able to stay away from him, no matter how hard I tried. Because I want to know who you are. I want to understand what we've been seeing and feeling. That means you have to survive. His arm wrapped around my waist. He lifted me up to my toes as he lowered his mouth to mine. I wound my arms around his neck while we kissed. I melted against his warmth, backing him into the wall as I let my guard down. His hands fisted in the back of my sweater, and I imagined us having a life after Mazeroth. Going on dates. Being normal. The quietest, most sinister chuckle resounded in my mind. I tore my lips from his, backing away. Rena. Norn studied my face, confused, and he frowned. It's the demon, isn't it? I had almost forgotten he was there. I backed away, tripping over my feet. Norn caught me and righted me, but I waved him off. I'm fine. I'll meet you downstairs in a few minutes. I turned my back on him and hurried to my room. Did you really think you'd get rid of me that easily? My head fell back against my bedroom door as I glared at the ceiling. You heard him, Mazeroth, you're going to die. Bring it on, witch. We both know who's going to win this game. You can have your playtime, but sooner or later you will give me everything I want. If you don't make me wait too long, maybe I won't kill your lover boy in the process. As I dressed, I struggled to keep Mazeroth's laughter from driving me mad. I had to stay focused. Help Norn find a way to get this demon out of me. Then and only then would I let myself feel anything for him. Otherwise, what was the point? I'd just be breaking Norn's heart, and that was not how I wanted to leave this world. Chapter 11. Hedrina. When I met Norn at downstairs, he'd asked me again if I was all right. I'd lied and said I was fine, though Mazeroth was still taunting me inside my head. Norn didn't look like he believed me, but I queried him as to where he wanted to start. When he said he wanted to see where Mazeroth came from, I thought I was going to be sick. The book was locked up in the office at the shop, so that was where we went. Norn texted Douglas to meet us there. We didn't speak the entire walk into town. The tiny bell over the front door jingled as we entered. Helena was behind the counter with Mr. Jenkins and Sheriff Burney, who were both getting their late morning fixes of Hadley's baking. She frowned when she spotted us, but I waved her off. Norn followed me upstairs. Douglas had beat us there, and was already behind the desk, his thumbs scurrying over his cell phone screen. Do you ever stop? I asked with a soft laugh. That would be a no. I'm in charge of all travel arrangements for our hunters, and right now I'm still trying to track down a few more that might be able to help. He tucked his cell in his jeans pocket. So, your sister said something about the book being up here? I gulped and moved slowly toward the bookcase. Oh, it is. I told myself everything was going to be okay, then noticed Norn giving the office door a curious look. Problem? That old man, who is he? Norn asked. Old man Jenkins. Why? He give you shit like he does all newcomers. Gave me some advice, actually. Huh, that's a first. He seems to know something's going on here in town. So does Glinda. Our family has lived here for centuries, I informed them as I made ready to open the bookshelf that led to the secret room. Everyone pretty much knows we're witches. There are a few who pretend they don't, but when you have an imp running around causing a ruckus and zombies rising from the local graveyard, denial seems pointless. Wait, is that what's happened in the last few weeks? Douglas asked. I paused with my hand in the air, ready to lower the enchantment that kept the room secure. Most of it. There's a bit more, but those are the highlights. The risen dead spread some kind of poison, but luckily destroying the hex bag stopped it from killing anyone. Hex bag? Douglas questioned. Long story. Let's get through this, and I'll give you the family history over a drink. Or 5. I raised my hand, then stopped. Wait, how did you know to come here in the first place? Douglas scratched at the stubble on his cheeks. We got a call saying there was demonic activity in Maine. And you don't know who called you? Norn and Douglas exchanged a glance. No, Douglas admitted. Figured it was a witch or a hunter on the road. I never got a name. The information bothered me, but we were here to deal with the issue of Mayzeroth. Figuring out who sent the hunters here in the first place could be a problem for another day, when hopefully my life wasn't on the line. I waved my hand over the bookshelf, and it slid to the side, revealing the small room beyond. Mayzeroth crowed with glee. I wavered at the threshold. I'd thought I could do this, but walking into the room felt like a trap. I'm right here with you, Norn said quietly as he rested a hand on my shoulder. Gotta figure out how you do that, I mused as Mayzeroth's presence diminished. Do what? Keep him in check. It's not me. I chuckled, and found myself leaning back into his chest. He tensed then relaxed as his other hand found my right shoulder. Mayzeroth became even quieter, until I could barely hear him. Not so sure about that. No one else has been able to help me like this. Then why did he show up in the hallway back at your place? Good question. No idea. I didn't want to pull away from Norn's warmth, but we were here for a reason. Cheeks burning with the rush of emotions I was still trying to understand, I moved away from him and walked into the room. There. On that pedestal. I stayed near the door as Norn and Douglas went to the book. You chained it shut? Douglas asked as he reached for it. My sisters did afterward. Mayzeroth's not the only demon who can be summoned with it. Did you perform a ritual to bring him forth? Norn moved his hand over it, but didn't pick it up. No. I opened the damn thing on accident. We were cleaning up the shop, taking some of the older, more dangerous items away, and it opened. The note that was stuck to the cover said, to never open it. I turned my back on it, and the thing toppled off the shelf. I remembered seeing it open on a page with a demon. A huge, scary-looking demon. Next thing I know, there's a voice inside my head, and well, you know the rest. I walked further into the room, but kept my distance from the book. I didn't tell my sisters right away, because we'd recently lost our oldest sister. Thought it was a random spirit. Or that I was simply going crazy. Never suspected it was a damned demon. I'm sorry to hear about your other sister. How did she die? Douglas had his hands over the book now, his head tilted as he studied it. She didn't. Part of the long story I mentioned. What about the book? You're not going to open it, are you? For a moment it looked like Douglas was going to remove the chain, but then he stopped. No, not unless I have to. He moved around the pedestal again, and whispered something to Norn I didn't catch, then he turned back to me. But you're saying you didn't do a ritual to summon Mayzeroth? You didn't invite him in. Do I look stupid? Douglas smiled. No, you don't, but I had to ask. It doesn't matter though, right? Somehow he managed to get inside my head anyway. He did, but up until the night you tried to take your life and your sisters saved you, I think we might have been able to get rid of him fairly easily. My chest felt like someone put it in a vice. What? Rena, I don't think you were possessed in the beginning. Mayzeroth was obviously torturing you, but was he telling you to kill yourself in the beginning? Douglas, Norn said sharply, but I held up my hand. It's fine. Nothing I haven't been through before, I assured him. I turned my back to them, as I thought back to those early days with Mayzeroth. They'd been dark, filled with nightmares and his taunting me, trying to get me to use my power for evil. But he never did try to get me to kill myself. I'd done that all on my own. No, I said quietly. It's my guess Mayzeroth's essence, if you will, found a way to latch onto you, Douglas explained. He couldn't possess you, but he was working up to it. You resisted him, however. But the night of the incident, his essence was in the room when your sisters performed the spell. And trapped him with me, I finished as Douglas nodded. I didn't think demons could do that for that long. He needed a host, didn't he? And if it wasn't me, who was it? Douglas pointed to the book. I saw this cover a long time ago, when I was studying demonology. I'm not 100% certain, but I don't think Mazeroth is your typical low-level demon. Then what is he? Norn moved to my side. I reached for his hand, squeezing it as I waited for Douglas to answer. Mazeroth had gone suspiciously quiet. General, perhaps even a lord, Douglas finally answered. Shit. My stomach clenched, and I thought I was going to be sick. The room spun, but Norn was there to keep me from falling over. He guided me out of there and into the office, sitting me down behind the desk. Breathe, Rena, just breathe, he said softly. This changes nothing. This changes everything. It explains why he's so strong. I grabbed hold of Norn's arms. I don't think we can win this fight. Don't start doing that, he ordered. Not like I can sit here and be excited that the asshole inside my head tormenting me is a bigger bad guy than I originally thought. Mazeroth's quiet snarling made me curl in on myself. He didn't confirm or deny Douglas's words, but he didn't have to. His presence alone should have been enough to tell me how powerful he was. And now I had no doubt whatsoever that if I died, he'd be able to take over my body entirely and roam our world freely. I've taken some pictures of the book, Douglas said as he joined us at the desk. I'm going to send them off, and hopefully I'll get some news later today. Good news. Good news meaning you're right or you're wrong? I asked. His lips thinned, and I didn't think he was going to answer. Then he said, honestly, I'm not sure at this point. You just have to stay positive. Vic texted me just now saying she was closer to finding Lincoln. He's one of our top spellcasters, and has been working on different methods for extracting and trapping demonic essences. He was on a hunt in DC, but she sent 2 people to find him. How long will that take? Norn shrugged. A day, maybe 2. You've got time. Goddess, I hope you're right. I breathed in deeply through my nose, but the nausea didn't pass. Mazeroth's voice growled suddenly in my mind, but the words weren't in English. I tried to tune him out, but then my lips moved, and I repeated the words as he said them. Norn called my name, but a haze fell over my eyes, blurring everything as if I saw it through a wall of water. The words grew louder, and my voice became tinged with Mazeroth's gravely one. My hand lifted on its own, palm out to the smaller room where the book was. Rena, get control, Norn exclaimed, grabbing my raised hand. I snarled and shoved at his chest. He flew across the office and crashed into the wall, but didn't go down. He shook his head and rushed right back to me as I rose from the desk. Douglas and Norn both tried to stop me from moving forward, but without even touching them, I forced them back. Norn shouted, pressing his hands against an invisible barrier preventing him from getting to me. Footsteps sounded behind me, then I heard my sister's panicked voices. With a wave of my left hand, they were thrown out of the office. The door slammed and locked behind them. Mazeroth's voice pounded against my skull. I cringed, unable to stop the steady throbbing pain or the words he forced out of my mouth. Behind Norn and Douglas, something rattled. They turned around. Douglas cursed. The book. You have to stop her, he shouted to Norn, then rushed into the room. I kept moving forward, but Norn planted his feet and pushed against the invisible barrier. Sweat beaded his forehead as the muscles in his neck strained, but he didn't back down. I aimed both hands at him, waiting for Mazeroth to use me and throw him across the room. I felt the rush of magic leave me, and it slammed into Norn. Except, he didn't stumble back. He grunted as he absorbed the hit, but stayed on his feet. Mazeroth hissed in fury, and made me attack Norn again and again. And each time, he somehow managed to take the blows. It was almost like my magic didn't have any effect on him. Mazeroth's hiss turned into a furious roar that had me clutching at my temples. Fight him, Norn ordered. Don't let him take over. I can't, I whispered as Mazeroth stopped repeating the spell, though the chains continued to rattle in the other room. Douglas shouted a warning. One chain popped free of the book and dangled from the pedestal. Mazeroth pushed his way forward, and growling words spilled from my mouth again. Let her go, Norn shouted, feverishly trying to get to me. I was a passenger in my own body, watching as Mazeroth waved his hand and sent Norn careening into the wall. He came right back, charging to get through the magic. Douglas shouted as the second chain came free and fell to the floor with a metallic thud. My sisters and Edric yelled from the other side of the door. Douglas had thrown himself on the book as the cover started to open. He wrestled it to keep it flat on the floor. They are weak, Mazeroth said inside my mind even as he continued with his cursed spell. They can't save you. They've already failed once before. They haven't even tried, I argued. You know nothing. You are nothing but a lost soul, far past her time to be on this earth. You will give me what I want, or I will make you suffer. I will take away everything you love, and this time I will be free. Norn's shout drew my attention. He stood in the doorway of the smaller room, blocking Mazeroth from getting any closer. His hands were wrapped around the doorframe, but the force of the demon's magic was pushing him back. He dug his fingertips into the wood until they started to bleed. I know you can hear me, Norn said, staring into Mazeroth's eyes. But he wasn't looking at the demon. Fight back, Rena. Do you want him to win? Be silent, Mazeroth snarled. He raised my hand to attack Norn. I screamed enraged. My hand shook as I fought for control. I shoved my way through the darkness swirling in my mind and made it to the surface. Mazeroth bellowed his anger. I gritted my teeth, knowing I couldn't hold him back for long. Pain shot down my spine. I bit back a scream. Norn rushed forward, holding me upright, not letting me falter. He's too strong, I gasped as the demon pushed back and nearly broke through again. Then be stronger. Fight back. This is your body. Your mind. Your soul. Not his. I shut my eyes, pushing against the presence inside my mind, trying to force Mazeroth away. His furious shouting grew louder, as images of my trying to kill myself the first time appeared in my mind. I watched as I slit my wrists then fell to the floor, watched as I bled out. But the images shifted, and I observed the woman throw herself off the cliff again. Then everything shifted again, and I saw the man and woman holding each other close. He leaned in to kiss her, and I felt exactly what that woman did at that moment. Love as pure and real as any pain or sadness I'd experienced over the years with Mazeroth in my life. But this was much stronger. I clung to it like a lifeline. When I opened my eyes, Norn was in front of me, locking his gaze with mine. His hands tightened their hold on my arms, and a rush of pure light ran through me. He didn't say anything. He didn't have to. His anger at what Mazeroth had done to me pulsed through his hands and into me. I drew on it and let my own buried rage burst forth. Together we pushed Mazeroth aside, and his ranting slowly faded to an annoying hum. I let out a deep breath and staggered into Norn. He's quiet, I told him. How do you do that? You. I wanted to say more, but anything that might come out of my mouth right then would make me sound crazy. Douglas grunted from the other room as the office door burst open. Norn stepped back from me to let my sisters check me over. He went to help Douglas get the book chained again. Hadley and Helena were asking me if I was all right. I assured them I was, but I couldn't take my eyes off Norn. I knew in my bones Norn was the man I saw in my visions. I didn't know how or why, but he was. There'd be no keeping distance between us now. He was the only thing between me and death's door. I think I'm going to head home, I told my sisters. Unless you need me here. No. Go home, Hadley said. We've got this. Besides, I have a few questions for Douglas. Douglas was glaring at the book on the pedestal. I'll answer them the best I can. I started for the door. I'll walk you home, Norn said quietly. He squeezed my shoulder. I nodded in silent thanks. We left the shop, the walk back home tenser than it had been this morning when we'd left. At the front porch, he stopped at the bottom step. What are you doing? He shoved his hands in his jacket pockets. Wasn't sure if you wanted to be alone. Do you want to leave me alone right now? No, he answered immediately. But I won't intrude on your privacy. I beckoned him to join me. You can help me. With what? I kicked out of my boots and added them to the pile by the front door. He chuckled. Do you keep any shoes in your closet? What for? I headed upstairs. The sound of his steps made my heart falter in a good way. I led the way to the attic and flipped on the light. Several antique bronze and copper lamps clicked on around the room, as did a large overhead bronze chandelier. Where is it? I asked. What exactly are we looking for? Hands on my hips, I glanced around the attic with narrowed eyes. We had several large wooden work tables up here. 3 bookshelves filled to the brim. 2 floor-to-ceiling carved wood cabinets overflowed with ingredients and mixed potions. Dried herbs hung near the windows facing the front of the house. 2 books were propped open on a stand by the window overlooking the cove. Brina? Is he back? Huh? Oh no, sorry. It's been a while since I've been up here. Just realized that. How long? I shrugged. 2 years, give or take. I didn't trust myself to be around the magic we keep here. Figured what I had in me was bad enough. But the anxiety I used to have just walking by the door, I don't feel that now. That's a good thing, right? I think it's because of you. I spotted a stack of dust-covered boxes in the far corner. There it is. I went to the boxes and opened the flaps of the one on top. After sifting through it, all I found was boxes and crystals. Norn lugged it to the side for me, and I opened the next one. What are we looking for? He asked again. Photographs. Of who? I wasn't sure how to answer that. It's not like he was entirely in the dark about what was going on with us, but telling someone there was a chance our past lives knew each other might not go over so great. Not sure yet? Older ones. I think you'll know it when you see it. He frowned at my answer, but picked up another box and went through it. I wasn't sure how long we were up there digging through box after box, both of us sniffling and coughing from the dust we'd stirred up. My aggravation grew with each stack of photos that turned up nothing consequential. I was ready to call it quits when Norn went utterly still. You find something? He blinked, then slowly passed a large photograph. It was black and white, but the details were clear, as were the faces staring back at me. A man and a woman sitting on the front porch steps of this house. The woman had her head resting on the man's shoulder. They held hands and were smiling at whoever was taking the photograph. Judging by their clothes, it was in the late 1700s or early 1800s. Witches had been creating still images for decades, before mortals ever started using cameras. As that, Norn whispered, stopped, ran a hand down his face, then went on. Is that us? The faces of the 2 people sure as hell look like they could be our twins. I'm not sure. I know you've been keeping something from me. Just tell me what it is and why I'm looking at us from, over 100 years ago. At least? He crossed his arms and his jaw tensed. I'm not exactly sure what's going on, I confessed, but that first day I met you did something. To me, to Mazeroth. It stirred him up, and then I had these visions of these 2 people. A lot of visions. I saw them together, and I saw. The truth sucked the air from my lungs as the room spun. Norn called my name and wrapped his arms around me. Sorry, I mumbled. He looked at me, then the photograph clutched in my hand. What did you see? The woman, I saw her with the book. I think she was possessed. And the man was a demon hunter, like you. I scrunched my eyes closed, trying to remember the exact details, but they were fuzzy. Something went wrong. And she killed herself, he whispered. You saw it? He swallowed hard, his eye twitching. I sat up, moving out of his arms. I don't know what I saw. I've just had this nagging feeling since coming here that I'm meant to be here. That this is home somehow, but I've never been here before. You haven't, but he has. I don't even know who he is, he muttered. Climbing to his feet, he paced around the attic, running his hands over his head. You're saying we had a past life together? Not sure what else this could all mean. I know it's a lot to take in, but makes sense, I guess. Anything else you're not telling me? He didn't sound angry, but there was an edge to his words. This was a lot to take in for any person. Since he'd been here, I hadn't even asked him about his life or his family. I had no idea where he came from, aside from him being a demon hunter. Guilt at not taking the time to talk to him about who he was, guilt at dumping this information on him, all this made me regret bringing him up here. Rena. I don't think I should tell you right now. You need some time to think. We both do. He shook his head and marched over. Tell me. I let out a shaky breath and set the photograph aside. I think Mayzeroth is the same demon who possessed whoever she was. After what he said to you then me, it's the only answer that makes sense. Mayzeroth, of course, chose to remain annoyingly silent through all of this. Then again, with the way he reacted to Norn's presence, he might not have been able to break through right then. Norn's eyes narrowed, then widened as he backed up a step. She died. She did, but that has nothing to do with me. No, she died because I failed you. We let you kill yourself. It's not the same situation, not even close. And all of this could mean nothing. I could just be pulling this out of thin air right now, I said, hoping to calm him down, but he was backing away. Norn. I'm sorry, but I need some time to think. Maybe my being around you isn't a good idea. You're the reason I've been able to fight. And maybe I'm the reason you'll die. Just like she did, he shot back. There wasn't anger in his eyes, though. For the first time since meeting him, I saw fear. Fear at losing me all over again. Will you be all right on your own? I didn't want him to leave, but asking him to stay would only make this worse. He needed time to understand what this meant for us both. Hell, I did too. Past lives. I thought life was complicated enough dealing with a demon, but now I had this to contend with. And if Mayzeroth was the same demon, then did he know when I opened that book who I was? He had to, which meant this wasn't just about getting free for him. This was revenge. Yeah, I finally said. I'll be okay. You can come back later if you want. Or call me if you need to. He turned and made for the door. I spun back around to pack the boxes back up, until Norn came up behind me. Gently he turned me around, tilted my chin up and kissed me softly. It was all I needed to know that he wasn't walking out on whatever we had. He just needed time. He squeezed my hand, then left. I took 3 steps after him but made myself stop. We might not have much time, but we had enough for me to give him some space to think. I packed up the boxes but kept the photograph out. I stayed in the attic for a long while, staring at it, waiting for answers to come to me. There were no more visions, and no way to know who these 2 people were. When I heard Hadley calling for me, I left the attic, dropped the photograph off in my room and went downstairs to join them, not saying a word about what Norn and I had found out.
Chapter 12. Norn. You going to eat or just sit there and stare at your burger all day? I pushed my plate closer to Douglas. All yours. He frowned but put his empty plate to the side and went to work on my lunch. We were at the bar again, impatiently waiting to hear word from Vic about the book and if she had any luck tracking down Lincoln. I hadn't seen Rena since leaving the house yesterday evening. The people in that photograph were burned into my mind. I hadn't been able to stop thinking about it. All night long I tossed and turned, seeing their faces in my dreams. Then I saw Rena in another dream and watched helplessly as Mayzeroth killed her right in front of me. I'd awakened drenched in an ice-cold sweat, the knife I kept under my pillow clutched in my hand, and my heart hammering beneath my ribs like it was going to burst. Maybe you're getting sick, Douglas said in between bites. Not sick. No? Then how about you tell me why you look like shit? I took a long drink of my beer as I shrugged. Didn't sleep. Nightmares again. I nodded, not about to admit they were about Rena and our past lives, not Patrick. I still didn't understand how any of this was possible. I liked being around Rena, and we had a connection, a damn strong one, there was no denying that. It wasn't the fact of us having known each other in these previous lives that had me on edge. It was the fact that back then, he or I had failed to save her. And here we were facing the same demon, but he was ahead of the game. He knew who Rena was. He had to, because he knew who I was the second he saw me. The moment Rena opened that freaking book, we began to lose the battle for her soul. Right, that's it. What's going on with you? Douglas finished his beer. Talk, man. This about Rena? Or the demon? Aren't they the same topic? His brow rose. You tell me. Don't know what you're talking about. We're here to help her, that's it. I'm not blind, you know. You care for her a lot, and she seems to like you too. And I'm wondering if you're not too close to this one. My hand squeezed the beer bottle so hard I was surprised it didn't shatter. If you think for one damn second I'm going to leave her like this, you're going to have one hell of a fight coming your way. He frowned but held up his hands. Fine, but when the time comes to do whatever we're forced to do, I'm doing it this time. Are you giving up already? No. God, no, but I want to cover our bases. If we can't find a way to trap Mayzeroth, then you know the only way to stop him will be an exorcism. You're already drowning under the burden of Patrick's death. I'm not about to watch you fall over that cliff if you lose Rena. I tensed at his choice of words. It won't come to that. You don't know that. Better to be prepared for the worst. Because I was going to fail again. I wasn't going to be able to save her. The thought of not seeing Rena again left a pang in my chest. I rubbed at it absently, then pushed back from the table. Going to check in with her. Call me if you hear anything from Vic. He let me leave without another word, which was a first for him. I tried to concentrate on Vic and her search for Lincoln. He was a demon hunter who had been working on various methods for not only exorcisms, but also trapping demonic presences. It was all theoretical as of right now, and as far as I knew, he hadn't tested it on someone who was currently housing a demon. Trapping Mayzeroth wouldn't be the same as getting rid of him, but it'd give her room to breathe and a chance to get out from under his thumb while we worked on a plan to draw him out completely. I just hoped he'd get here in time. After what I'd witnessed yesterday with Mayzeroth, Douglas's words about how little time Rena had left sounded like an alarm bell in my mind. Rena was weakening under the strain of keeping him in check. I wasn't sure how many more fights she had left in her. I wouldn't lose her. I couldn't. I hadn't felt comfortable anywhere since Patrick's death, but whenever she was around me, it was like I could finally move on from the shadows that plagued me and start over. It was like I was finally home. Past lives aside, I was meant to be with her. Since the first time our eyes met, I was lost in that stormy gray gaze. Kissing her was like breathing, and each time was better than the last. Since Patrick had died, I'd been walking around in a haze, falling into a bloody, tiresome routine. Rena was waking me up, and I wasn't sure I could just go back to the life I had before coming to Melancholy. If she died, how would I move on? The answer was simple. I wouldn't. I was sent here for a reason. I'd failed Patrick. With Rena, there was no room for error, because I doubted we'd get a third chance at a life together. My cell vibrated, and I checked it to find a text from Rena. She was staying home today, letting her sisters handle the shop. I texted back saying I was on my way over. I shifted direction slightly, making my way to the house instead of the store. I forced myself not to run there, but after the way I'd walked out yesterday, I was worried about the state she was in. We already knew she was better with me around. What if Mayzeroth had been tormenting her this whole time? I picked up the pace, and as soon as I hit the gravel road, I ran the rest of the way to the house. I knocked and opened the front door at the same time. Rena. Hey, in the greenhouse, she called from the back of the house. She sounded all right, but if I'd learned anything over the last few days, she was very good at hiding when she wasn't actually okay. I walked through the house, a place that was quickly becoming comfortable to me, and to the kitchen, then out the back door. She'd propped it open and was elbow-deep in a large pot of dirt when I joined her. Her hair was pulled back in a clip with a few locks that had come loose. She had on a black apron that was smudged with dirt. There was more dirt on her cheek. Her dark gray top sleeves were pushed up to her elbows. I checked her over for signs of distress. There were still bags under her eyes, but sadly, those seemed like they were never going to disappear. "What are you doing?" I asked as she dug for something in the soil. "Getting these plants sorted out. We usually keep this place well stocked through the winter months. Kind of got away from me." "Aha, and you're telling me there's a plant in there?" "Not a plant," she muttered with a grin. "Something better." Slowly, she drew her arms upward. Cupped between her palms was a large black ball, only it wasn't perfectly round. With everything that's been going on, these little guys went into hibernation. Used to be my thing, taking care of the greenhouse, but lately I've been a bit lost. "What is that?" She ran her thumbs lightly over it, and the ball stirred. It unfolded in her palms, and I found myself looking at a small fairy-like creature. Garden fairy. They thrive on living plants, but as you can see, this place is sadly neglected. When they have nothing to do, they dig themselves deep into a pot of dirt and wait to be awakened. The fairy stretched its tiny arms, then spread glimmering black and violet wings. It took to the air, zoomed around Rena's head, then mine, and then shot toward the top of the greenhouse. Once they're all awake and I get some living plants in here again, this place will be amazing. Just you wait. Her smile slipped as she wiped her hands on the apron. "I wanted to talk to you." She held up her hand. "No, I get it. Yesterday was a huge revelation. That's a lot to take in, and honestly, I think I owe you an apology." "For what?" She moved the large pot aside, then hefted another onto the table. "Since I met you, it's kind of been the all about Rena freak show, and I haven't stopped to ask you about yourself. I mean, I know you're a demon hunter, but everything moved so fast. I've been caught up in the visions and what you do for me by just being around." She shrugged and dug her hands around in the pot. "Then I went and dumped the whole past life thing on you. Just seems unfair is all, so I'm sorry." I watched her for a few minutes. The pot turned up empty, and she set it off to the side, then picked at the dirt under her nails. She avoided my gaze as I went to her. "You don't have to apologize for anything," I assured her. "Frankly, there's not much to talk about." "Why don't I believe you?" "I can give you the rundown on my life in less than a minute if you really want to know." "I do. I want to know about your life, this life. I want to know where you came from and what you want to do with your life. If you know, it's not too much to ask." Her cheeks reddened at her words. I tucked the loose hair behind her ears. "It's not because I want to ask you the same things." Her breath caught as we stared into each other's eyes. The notion of past lives meant nothing at that moment. This was all about Rena and me, right here and right now. We stood inches apart, content to simply be near each other. Then I backed away slowly and started to tell her about my life before coming to Melancholy. I hadn't lied when I said there wasn't much to tell. My parents were killed in a car crash when I was 10. Patrick and I went to live with a friend of the family. He was a hunter, and though he tried to keep his job a secret, we found out. By the time I was 12, I was learning about demons, and I was being trained to fight them. All the while, I watched her move around the greenhouse, organizing pots and removing dead plants from containers along the sidewall. She let me talk mostly, asking only a couple of questions. I told her some of the stories about Patrick and me. Her laugh chased away the darkening cloud of despair that had been following me around since yesterday. I could tell she wanted to ask me more about Patrick, but she must have read the reluctance on my face. When I finally stopped talking, she asked me if I'd always planned on being a hunter. "I never thought about it," I admitted. "Never really had a reason to, until now." Watching the color rise in her cheeks as she smiled would never get old. Hope was growing in her eyes, hope that maybe she would get through this fight with Mazeroth alive. I smothered my fears that I would fail and watch her die in my arms. We weren't to that point, not yet. I'm happy to hear it, she said quietly, then glanced away, grinning. You want to dig out a fairy? You want me to dig out one of them? What if I hurt it? Just be gentle. She pointed to another large pot of dark, rich soil on another table. Just go slow. Don't dig either, just sort of feel for it. I approached the pot and carefully dug my fingers into the dirt. She laughed and came over to stand behind me. She placed her hands over mine and burrowed them deeper into the soil. You fight demons for a living. Don't tell me you're timid about a fairy, she teased. Just being cautious. I glanced at her exposed wrists and the scars there. She pointedly removed her hands from mine and went to work on another pot. You don't have to be ashamed by them. We all have scars. It's not that, she murmured. Don't worry about it. You can talk to me, Rena. You won't find any judgment here. Don't keep it all bottled up, not anymore. I removed my hands from the pot and brushed my thumb over the dirt on her cheek. Not with me. I still feel like this is all a dream, she whispered. You showing up here, the visions, that photograph. It just doesn't seem real. Too good to be true, but here you are, and I can't stop thinking about what it could mean for us, you know. How good life might be now. The joy in her voice was fake. She sniffed hard, and when she turned her back to me, her shoulders hunched and she hung her head. Every good moment I have is a reminder of the life I used to live before this shit happened. I didn't used to miss it so much, but now it physically hurts to think I might never get back to who I used to be. She let out a shaky laugh as she wiped her face. But I'm fine. Promise. I removed my hands from the pot, wiped them on my jeans, and went to stand behind her. Slowly, I spun her around, hating the tears glimmering in her eyes. When one fell, I wiped it away, then tilted her chin up. What's really bothering you? Nothing told you? I might not have known you for very long in this life, I said with a quiet laugh, still getting used to the idea that we were together decades earlier, but I know when you're lying. She scoffed and rolled her eyes. I'm a great liar. You clench your hands when you do it. Then they twitch afterward. I nodded toward her hand, currently clenched tightly. What's going on? She blew out a heavy breath and wiped at her eyes. I'm not ashamed of the scars, she said quietly, tracing her fingers over them. It's what I did to get them. That wasn't your fault. Wasn't it? She argued, suddenly angry as she stormed away from me. All this time, I told myself it was Mazeroth making me do it, but as was made clear to me yesterday, that wasn't the case. He never told me to kill myself. Not once. I never let myself accept that truth because it was easier to blame him than admit the truth. And what is the truth? She grabbed a small, empty terracotta pot and smashed it to the ground. She grabbed a second and did the same. When she was reaching for a third, caught her hands. She shouted in aggravation and spun away. That I gave up, she ranted. That I didn't just go to my sisters for help because I thought I could handle it on my own. And they were still hurting from losing our older sister to evil, and I let myself be alone. She ran her fingers through her hair, cursing when they caught on her clip. She tossed it away, shaking her head. I gave up so damned easily. On everything. Who does that? Who just gives up? And I don't want to do it again, not now that you're here, knowing we were together before, and this demon kept us apart. I don't want to give in, but every freaking hour of the day is a struggle. She sucked in air, like she was trying not to suffocate, clutching at her chest as her breathing grew ragged. I can't breathe sometimes. I can't feel. I become numb, and I'm scared that even though I've got you, I won't be able to win this fight. That giving up still might sound like a good idea. The desperation in her voice tore at me. You were in pain, I tried. She slashed her hand through the air, and several pots behind me flew off their shelves and crashed to the floor. The small garden fairy fluttered down to land on my shoulder, watching Rena with a worried expression in its face. I could have stopped all of this so long ago, and now that I finally found that what if it's too late, she whispered as she backed into the greenhouse wall, eyes staring at the floor. What if there's no point in hoping, because I waited too long to start fighting back? It's never too late. I took a step toward her, then another, not sure how she'd react. And you've been fighting for the last 2 years of your life. But not that night. You're not the only one who's looked into that dark void and thought dying was the only answer. Her brow rose. I continued, I almost did. I was on a mission with my brother. There was a demon who had broken into our world. He was monstrous, slaughtering anyone he came across. He could touch people and turn them into the worst versions of themselves. I shut my eyes as the memories threatened to engulf me. I'd only ever told 3 others this story. Afterward, I'd sworn I'd never speak of Patrick's death again. The pain was there, but I was able to push past it. Patrick and I tracked him down to some small town in the Midwest. He'd killed most of the people there, and those he didn't kill, he turned. And you went in alone? No. We were there to do recon, then report back, but we were discovered. The demon dragged my brother to the middle of the street, and I was forced to watch as he was torn apart. Rena's jaw dropped slightly, and she took my hands. I'm so sorry. It was brutal, and a few days later, I found myself holding his old shotgun, aiming it at myself. My finger was on the trigger, and I would have pulled it, but Douglas found me. Stopped me from doing something stupid. I could never see you doing that. But I did. Sometimes the pain is too much. I got lucky having a friend find me. Your sisters told me how much they blamed themselves for not realizing sooner what you were going through. I cupped her cheek, and my chest grew tight as she leaned into my touch. You might have given up then, but you aren't now. You're fighting to survive. But you can't do this alone. The fairy flew off my shoulder and landed on Rena's, hugging her neck the best she could for her size. Good thing I'm not then. You know, there is a way for you to speak to your brother again. Get some closure, perhaps, for you both. How? I know of a spell that can be used to communicate with a dead loved one. It only lasts for a few minutes, but sometimes that's all you need. Sort of a vision quest type deal. Could I handle seeing my brother again? The only image I'd been able to hold of him in my mind was of the night he was killed. Seeing his spirit, knowing he was okay on the other side, might be what I needed to help the nightmare stop. Let's take care of you first, and then I might take you up on that offer. Just let me know. And Norn. About the past life stuff, I know we should talk about it at some point, but why don't we shelve it for a few days? Take care of one crazy problem at a time. If that's what you want, but just so you know, I'm not going anywhere. She grinned and threw herself into my arms. I caught her, held her close, lifting her off her feet so I could kiss her. When she was back on her feet, she tugged me to the pot I'd been working on and set me to work. This time, though, I stood behind her and held onto the back of her hands as we sifted through the soil. There it is, she whispered excitedly. She maneuvered her hands, so I was holding a small object in my palms. Carefully. Don't want to scare it. It'll bite. Now you tell me, I mumbled, bringing my hands to the surface. There, cupped in my palms, was a smallish red-brown ball. Mimicking what she had done with the last one, I ran my thumbs lightly over its back. The fairy unfurled its wings first, then sleepily lifted its tiny head. The first fairy zoomed down and landed in my hands beside it. It seemed to grow impatient with its kin and grabbed hold of its shoulders, shaking it awake. Then the two took off, flying around the greenhouse. That definitely beats hunting demons, I mused. Who knows? Maybe we just found your true calling. Gardening with fairies. I was about ready to say I doubted I could use my skills to garden when voices came from inside. We turned around to find Rena's sisters and Douglas, along with 2 faces I hadn't expected to see. Vic? Lincoln. You couldn't have just called. Not with this we couldn't have, Lincoln answered, looking as gray and grizzled as always. You sure as hell know how to find the craziest situations, man. Now, let's talk about this demon of yours, young lady. Chapter 13. Norn. How sure are we that this is going to work? Hadley asked as we stood gathered in the attic. We're not. Lincoln tugged on his frizzy gray beard. Look, I understand your hesitation, but this is Rena's only shot. From what I heard, she's running out of time. And if we can't do an exorcism, well, then this is what we've got. But it's not getting rid of Mayzeroth, right? Just trapping him inside her, Helena argued. How is this going to make the situation better? It'll give her a chance to regain control, Lincoln explained. It's not a permanent fix, and I understand how that's not what you want to hear. But it'll keep him contained, give Rena's body and soul a chance to heal. Give her mind a break from constantly being under attack. He glanced at where Rena and I stood next to each other. It'll give us time to find a way to really get rid of him. No, I don't like it. Good thing it's not your choice, Rena told Hadley. We've gone through the ritual a dozen times. Douglas is a witch, and the demon hunters are no strangers to magic. She indicated Lincoln and Vic standing close by. The magic is sound. The ritual makes sense. I'm just going to be, a guinea pig. Helena and Hadley's brows went up at the same time. How is that supposed to make us feel better? Helena demanded. What if you blow up or something? She won't self-combust, I assured them. Can you please just be okay with this? Rena pleaded. A few days ago, we all thought I was going to die, and now I have a shot at living. This is a risk I'm willing to take. Why aren't you? One of these days, we're going to get you back for putting us through this roller coaster of emotions, Hadley warned. Run us through it all one more time. I want to make sure I know exactly what's going to happen, just in case shit goes wrong. Rena muttered under her breath, annoyed. Lincoln obliged them. He started at the beginning with the incantation that he and several hunters and witches had been working on for years. The herbs were mixed and ready to go. We had the candles, crystals, and we had a demon and a willing participant to do said ritual. The knife Rena used will be the one she uses tonight, Lincoln said, pointing to the item on the table. After she recites the incantation and sprinkles the herbs into the silver bowl, she'll use the blade to draw blood from her hand and let it drip into the bowl. If it works the way it's supposed to, Mayzeroth will be trapped inside her mind. How? Hadley demanded. Lincoln cringed. Vic's eye twitched. We didn't exactly have that part figured out. Think of it as a mental prison, Lincoln explained. Since this has never been done before, there are going to be a few things we aren't entirely certain about. I suggest you have faith in the magic and your sister. Helena looked ready to argue, but Hadley grabbed her arm, stopping her. You're seriously okay with this? She asked Hadley. Hadley scowled. What other choice do we have? Watch our sister be killed. Why does she have to use that knife? Helena demanded. The demon needs to be connected to something. Since she used that knife to try to kill herself, I said, the word's hard to get out, his essence is as much a part of it as hers is. And the person doing the ritual has to use blood to seal the trap. Two birds, one knife, so to speak. Rena smirked, even as her sister scowled. Oh, come on. It'll be fine. Trust me. Did you stuff your face with some optimism cookies? Hadley asked. I'm not used to this new Rena. Edric joined us for the ritual. I nodded at him while Hadley took his hand. The attic was more crowded than I wanted it to be, but figured it was better to have more people around in case things did go horribly wrong. We hadn't heard word if Mayzeroth was more than merely a low-level demon. I'd asked Rena privately if she wanted to wait. The worried look in her eyes had been answer enough. It could take weeks to get a response on that, and she didn't think she had that much time left in her. Neither of us mentioned anything about our past lives either. That would just make everything more complicated than it needed to be. Rena turned to Edric. Will you please tell them everything's going to be fine? He looked at me long and hard, as if searching for an answer to an unasked question. "Let her do it," he finally said, causing Hadley's jaw to drop. "What?" "I trust him." "Why?" Helena asked. Rena shot her a look. "No offense." A sheepish expression crossed Helena's face. "None taken, I guess," I muttered. "Because I've seen that look in his eyes before in someone else. Just let her do it. He wouldn't have brought these hunters here if he didn't have faith in it working." "Can we do this then?" Rena exclaimed. Helena and Hadley nodded, though neither looked happy about it. Douglas set out the candles in a circle around the silver bowl as Lincoln prepared the herbs. When Rena picked up the wooden box with a knife, her hands trembled. "Easy. You've got this," I whispered as I steadied her hands. "Right, yeah. Of course I do." She set the box down, then raised the lid, revealing the knife she'd used on herself more than 2 years ago. She set it on the table beside the herbs and waited for Douglas to light the final candle. "Ready?" he asked as he blew the match out. She nodded. "Let's do this." I stood right beside her, giving her as much strength as I could without touching her. Touch could interfere with the ritual, but I wasn't about to stray too far from her side. "Remember, tune him out. You're strong and we're right here with you. You're not alone." She picked up the paper with the incantation on it, then started to deliver the words. With each line, she sprinkled a different herb into the silver bowl. The candle flames flickered. She winced as if in pain. I had no doubts Mazeroth would try to stop her. Rena pushed through whatever he'd thrown at her. The flames continued to flicker violently. 3 more herbs went into the bowl, and white smoke rose. Rena cut off midward and doubled over, grabbing the edge of the table hard enough to turn her knuckles white. A fierce cold wind kicked up in the house, and as I rushed forward to help her, she threw her hand out. "No, just stay there," she yelled, her eyes flickering between gray and white. A snarl fell from her mouth, but she regained control and kept going. She'd barely made it through another line when her head was thrown back. A roar shook the house. "You will not take her from me," Mazeroth snarled through her mouth. "She is mine." "Rena, look at me," I ordered as her head thrashed back and forth. "Look at me." Those white eyes latched onto my gaze. Mazeroth screeched a laugh. "You are a fool to think you will win. I'm too strong for her. I will always be. Always." I ignored his words and focused on Rena. "I know you can hear me, Rena. Fight him." He started to cackle, but the sound cut off. Suddenly he was choking. The white eyes turned back to a dark, stormy gray as Rena sucked in a deep breath. She tossed the rest of the herbs into the bowl, barely able to stand upright. I tried to go to her again, but she shook her head. With a trembling hand, she picked up the knife, and as the last line of the incantation slipped past her lips, she sliced the palm of her hand. The drops of blood falling from her hand sizzled as they joined the herbs. The second she dropped the knife, a burst of power, accompanied by Mazeroth's shriek of rage, exploded outward, sending us all to the floor. Head pounding, ears ringing, I crawled to Rena. "Come on," I whispered, tapping her cheek. "Wake up. Open your eyes, Rena." She was breathing, and she had a pulse at least. "Rena," I said, louder this time. Her eyes fluttered open. "Norn? Did it work? You tell me. How do you feel?" "My hand stings like a bitch, my head hurts, but I feel good." I helped her sit up as she grinned and grabbed hold of my arm. "I don't hear him. I don't even feel him. I think it worked." She shut her eyes, as if trying to hear Mazeroth. Then she burst out laughing and hugged me. "He's not here. He's just not here anymore." "So, he's trapped in your mind?" Hadley asked as she stood and walked to us. Rena tilted her head back and forth. "Maybe. I'm not really sure." Lincoln, Douglas and Vic had climbed back to their feet. "If you can't hear him or sense him, then I'm going to say it worked. Time will tell. We're going to be sticking around town for a few weeks," he added. "I want to hear from you every day." "I can manage that. Thank you, really. This is incredible. Rena spread her arms wide and spun around. You know what? I'm going to go take a shower and then do my hair, and hell, I don't know. Do something. I want to do something. You want to do something tonight? Go out for drinks. A drink would be good, I said, unable to say no to her good mood. This was what happy Rena looked like. She hugged her sisters and Edric, then ran down the steps, laughing the whole way. You're sure it worked? Helena asked Lincoln quietly. Like really sure? I want to say with complete certainty that it did, he replied, as he picked up the bloody knife and rested it on the table. But demons can be tricky. Which is why we're staying, Vic added, her face set in a typical stern frown. I've been in touch with several other covens and hunters across the globe. They're already working on a way to fully rid her of Mazeroth, since the usual methods are out. If there's a way to do it and save her life, we'll find it. The sisters thanked us all again, but the tension in the room made it hard to stay happy. Rena might seem like she was better, but Lincoln was right. Demons could be tricky, and considering the history Rena and I had with this one, I'd be an idiot to think we were out of the woods. My gut said something terrible was coming. As I turned away from the others and peered out the window overlooking the cove, all I could envision was Rena's past self going over the cliff again, and Mazeroth howling with laughter as he killed me. Chapter 14. Nord. The next day, I left Douglas, Lincoln, and Vic at Glinda's, where they were busy running through the ritual again. They'd spoken to Rena that morning when she stopped by. So far, everything seemed to be in order. Apparently, my pacing was driving Vic nuts, and she told me to go see the witch before she punched me. I couldn't help it. Rena and I had stayed out until after 1 in the morning, drinking and dancing, and simply having fun for once. It was probably the best night out I'd had in years. All night I dreamt about her, and for once there were no nightmares. After Vic physically shoved me out the door of the inn's room, I walked as quickly as I could through town. Helena answered the door when I reached the house, then pointed up the stairs. I took the stairs 2 at a time. Rena's door was cracked, and I pushed it open. Hey, I was just getting ready to text you. You guys seemed pretty busy this morning, though. Wasn't sure they were going to let you get away. Vic said I was annoying, I replied quietly. Kicked me out. Good, because I was thinking, what about a double date tonight with my friend Roger? What? What's wrong? She asked in a rush. Norn? The painting, I whispered as the 3 brushes moved effortlessly over the canvas. She'd set up her easel by the windows to have natural light while she worked. Her smile had a hint of anxiousness. You like it? I walked across the room, nodding. The painting was of the front porch and the swing. 2 figures came into view, sitting on swing. 2 figures that looked an awful lot like us. It wasn't the fact that I was in yet another of her paintings. It was the colors. The trees around the house and the sky were bursting with reds and oranges, yellows and blues, as the leaves of fall fell while the sunset lit up the sky. Norn? This was all the proof I needed that Mazeroth was indeed trapped. I wrapped an arm around her waist and lifted her off her feet as I kissed her. She wound her arms around my neck. My lingering worries vanished as the brushes continued to paint the canvas. I spotted the black and white photograph on the dresser and frowned. She followed my gaze. You really want to talk about that now? Good point. She grabbed me by my shirt and yanked me back to her. Her sheer joy sucked me in. She was the steady point in the storm I'd been in. For the first time since Patrick's death, I saw a chance at a bright future. At having the life I wanted. One filled with more than just blood and death. I picked her up and set her on the dresser, running my hands through her auburn locks as I memorized every feature on her face. The soft curve of her cheeks. Her breath hitched as I nuzzled her neck. Hey, just seeing Helena. Rena rolled her eyes. Helena fumbled over an apology. Rena grunted in annoyance, and with a flick of her fingers, shut and locked her bedroom door. That's better. Now where were we? Chapter 15. Norn. Scribbled on a torn, dog-eared piece of notebook paper, the spell Rena had written for me perched on the dresser in her room. She had left me alone with it, and the potion Helena brewed. The concoction was a green, shimmery liquid, in a vial topped with a cork. I uncorked it and took a whiff. I winced. This would not be pleasant. Together, they would allow me to see Patrick one last time. The visit would be brief, but I hoped it'd be enough to give me some closure. Rena was downstairs with her sister and the hunters, going through old texts on demons and anything else that was helpful, which they could dig up from a search of the shop and from the attic. She'd offered to stay with me, but this was something I had to do alone. With a kiss on my cheek, she'd gone and closed the door behind her. I thought of Rena as she'd recited the spell to trap Mayzeroth, not knowing what the outcome would be. She'd done it without question. I could do this simple thing. I picked up the paper with the spell, drank the potion, tasted like lemon mixed with cinnamon, but on the bitter side. Then I read the words on the paper. Nothing happened, and I wondered if I'd done it wrong. The bedroom dimmed, even though the overhead light was on, and the sun hadn't gone down yet. White fog billowed around my feet. I turned when a cold wind blew across the back of my neck. "Patrick," I whispered, shocked at the sight of a transparent image of my brother. "Hey, Norn," he said with a sad smile. I wanted to reach out and grab him, but he didn't look solid. He stepped closer, the transparency faded. His hand landed on my shoulder, and then he was pulling me into a bear hug, much like he used to. I was tall, but Patrick was taller and always had more muscle. The hunters had called him a bear for his size. He held my face in his hands as he broke the hug, breaking into a huge grin. "I knew you'd find someone one day. You've been watching? Not much else to do when you're dead." My stomach twisted in knots, and I looked away. He squeezed my shoulder. "Hey, don't do that to yourself. What happened that night wasn't your fault. Not even close, so stop feeling guilty about it. I'm all right where I am." "And where are you?" He laughed. "Can't give away the secrets now, can I? But I can tell you that you and Rena are meant to be together. Call it whatever you want, but she's yours to protect and vice versa. I feel like I'm going to lose her. That I'm going to fail. Because of the past life thing." My brows shot up. "Shit, you know about that too." "I know everything, little brother. I am all-knowing now." He winked. "Sort of. Look, I know you cast this spell to see me, but there's someone else you need to talk to." He stepped aside as a second figure materialized. When his face came into sight, I staggered back a step. "You." The man who could be my twin nodded, but there was no smile on his face. His eyes, just a bit lighter than mine, were filled with centuries-old anger and worry. "Norn, good to meet you." "Who are you?" "Benjamin, and yes, I'm a part of you just as Clarice is a part of Rena." "Clarice." "Then all of it, what she saw and what I felt, it's real." He nodded. "But the fight isn't over. Mayzeroth is too strong. Rena is in trouble. You must go to her, and you must finish this." "We trapped him," I said. Benjamin shook his head. I scowled. "He's still free." "Yes. Mayzeroth is not merely a demon. He's a general in the armies of hell. He's strong, and he's been bent on revenge ever since Clarice cast him back to that fiery realm." His jaw clenched and his pain washed over me. "You have to finish this together. We don't know how. If the trap didn't work, then what are we supposed to do? You might not have magic in your veins, but you two have something far stronger. Use it. And use the rings." "Rings? What rings?" The fog that brought Patrick and Benjamin to me rose, surrounding their bodies. Just when I thought they were going to disappear, Benjamin's hand broke free and grabbed my arm. "Remember." The word had barely left his lips when my eyes were forced shut, and an onslaught of memories barreled into me, one after the other in a never-ending stream. I sank to my knees as I witnessed Benjamin's life with Clarice. The strength they'd gained from each other was immense, and the love that surrounded them was a palpable force of magic. I watched as they defeated demons together, took down evil witches and other monstrous creatures. I watched them grow with each other, and their love became even stronger. The images shifted, until I witnessed the moment Benjamin realized Clarice was possessed. His fury and fear became mine, followed swiftly by the heart-wrenching pain of watching Clarice save everyone from Mazeroth by making the ultimate sacrifice when an exorcism failed to free her. "She's in trouble, Norn," Benjamin's voice whispered through my mind. "There's no more time to waste. Find her. Use the rings. Save her. Save them both." The final image he left me with was of 2 onyx and silver rings. He'd forged them in hopes of containing the demon. But where they were, I hadn't the slightest idea. I fell back, and when I opened my eyes, the room had returned to normal and I was alone. I studied the ceiling as my mind sorted through the memories that had been dumped on me. The emotions I'd felt for Rena had grown tenfold now that they were mixed with what Benjamin held onto for Clarice. My chest swelled with a fierce love and a dogged determination to stop Mazeroth before it was too late. Slowly I sat up, the room spinning around me. Several more bits of information trickled through the haze of memories. One in particular had me cursing as I scrambled to get up and find Rena. Mazeroth was not just a low-level demon. "Rena!" I yelled as I tramped downstairs. "She's in the attic," Helena replied, jumping to her feet from the couch. "What's wrong?" Not answering, I turned around and raced right back upstairs. There were muttered curses behind me as they followed. I ran down the hall on the 2nd floor, then climbed the set of stairs that ended with 2 doors. One led to the attic. The other to the widow's walk. I grabbed the knob for the attic door, but it was locked. "Rena, open the door," I yelled. When there was still no answer, I pounded on the door. Everyone crowded into the stairwell behind me as I continued to yell Rena's name. A crash sounded from the attic, followed by Rena's scream and Mazeroth's evil laughter that left a horrible chill in the air. Then there was silence. I bashed into the door, but it held. Douglas and Edric joined me on the landing. We rammed our shoulders into it several times, but the door held. "Move!" Hadley and Helena snapped. I stepped to the side, and they blasted the door with a burst of magic. The hinges buckled, and this time when I drove my shoulder into it, the door crashed to the floor. The attic was a mess, and across the room was a sight that would be burned into my mind for a very long time. Rena stood on her toes, appearing frozen in place. Her eyes were half gray, half white. Her arms hung down by her sides, but it wasn't just her state of distress that had me clenching my fists. Mazeroth had manifested as a dark shadow behind her. His clawed hands were wrapped around her throat as he kept her in front of him like a shield. "So glad you all could make it," Mazeroth spoke using Rena's mouth. "You'll get to witness her ending. One that should have come much sooner." I took a step closer, but then Rena's hand rose. I expected her to attack me, but instead, silver gleamed in the attic lights. I hadn't even noticed the knife in her hand. I took another step, and suddenly she had that knife pressed against her own throat. I froze as Mazeroth cackled, setting my teeth on edge. "I'm not sure you understand what's happening here," the demon screeched. "Take one more step and she slices her throat. I mean, she's going to do it anyway, but her death can either be slow and painful or quick. Up to you, demon hunter." "Norn," Douglas whispered from behind me, but I wasn't taking my gaze away from Rena. Her eyes were slowly becoming grayer. I wasn't sure if Mazeroth was loosening his control on purpose, but I wasn't going to let this chance slip away. "Rena, I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere." Her eyes flicked around the room, then landed on me. "Norn," she whispered. The knife twitched against her throat, and she clamped her lips shut as fear flooded those gray eyes I'd fallen in love with more than once, years and years apart. "I remember," I said, knowing we'd have a lot of explaining to do soon enough. I met him, and he showed me everything. Benjamin and Clarice. Those were their names. Her eyes were entirely gray now, and the knife was no longer pressed against her neck, but it hovered close by. Clarice. What are you talking about? Hadley whispered. The shadowy figure of Mazeroth was beginning to shrink as Rena gained control. All I needed was her to shove him into the darkness, just long enough for me to get that bloody knife away from her. They were incredible. And the love between them, it's as strong as what we have. I know it is, and so do you. It's the strongest magic in the world, Rena. Use it. Fight him. You have to fight him. Don't let him win, not now. Mazeroth snarled, but Rena lowered the knife a few more inches. Her face turned red with the effort. Her hand was almost to her side. Her arm started to tremble, but Mazeroth's form shrank even more. He wrapped his hands around her neck again, and her eyes went wide as he tightened his grip. You will give me what I want, he snapped. Rena's arm started to rise again. I wasn't going to watch her kill herself. I lunged forward and tackled her to the floor, knocking the knife from her hand. Mazeroth shrieked as he disappeared. Rena coughed and gasped to get air back into her lungs. The bruising around her neck made my blood boil with rage. The others rushed into the room, but the demon was nowhere in sight. I cupped Rena's face and sighed. You can't keep scaring me like this. She managed to smile but then cringed. The spell worked for you. Let's talk about that later. Come on. I helped her sit up as she shivered. Her skin was icy to the touch. I wrapped my arms around her, trying to warm her up. Guess he wasn't trapped after all. He's a general, I muttered. He's a what? Lincoln snapped behind me. How do you know that? It's a long story. Rena began to shake violently. Damn. Rena. Her head fell back against my arm, and her eyes rolled back into her head. She bolted upright. I was thrown across the attic, taking out Douglas and Lincoln at the same time. Hadley ran forward to grab the knife, but Rena was too fast. With a flick of her wrist, she tossed her sister through the air and picked up the knife. Her white eyes focused on me, as her lips curled into an evil sneer. She held it high, ready to bring it down on herself. Edric and Helena launched themselves at her, as I got back to my feet and rushed forward to help. Rena threw them off, but I caught hold of her right arm with the knife as she shrieked. I tore it from her palm and threw it across the room, then pinned her to my chest. She snarled and thrashed in my arms, taking us to the floor. I held her shoulders down. Her eyes flickered from white to gray over and over again. She clawed at my arms. I winced but didn't let up. Rena, snap out of it, I yelled. You're stronger than this. Take back control. Mazeroth growled, she will die and I will be free. The hell she will. When Rena shoved me back far enough to make it to a sitting position, I took hold of her wrists and pulled her arms across her body, then threw my legs atop of hers. I held her to me, my arms becoming an iron cage of sheer will to keep her trapped as she continued to pant for air, fighting for her life. Her head caught me in the jaw twice, but I shook away the pain. Mazeroth continued to curse and shriek, but he wasn't able to do much else. If he had complete control of Rena, he would have used her powers against me by now. She was still in there, and she wasn't giving up. I just prayed she could hold on long enough for us to figure out a plan. Suddenly her body went limp, and I panicked. Rena! He's not gone, she whispered, shuddering, her teeth chattering. He's still here. He'll always be here. I wasn't sure how long we'd been sitting there, but every muscle was stiff and screamed in agony as I shifted and moved on the hard floor. We'll figure this out. Benjamin said something about using the rings. You just need to hold on long enough for us to understand what he meant. I don't think I can. She started to shake, and then she threw her head back against my chest with a scream. She writhed in agony, and it was all I could do to stop her from crashing to the floor. Her sisters, Edric and the demon hunters, stood around us, blocking any chance of Rena's rushing out of the attic. Vic had hold of the knife, so there was no chance of Rina's getting it back. Her elbow rammed into my ribs. I grunted, my hold loosening slightly. It was enough for her to break free. She threw herself at Vic, but I grabbed hold of her around the waist and dragged her back to the center of the circle. Mazeroth's bellow was deafening. She clocked me, and then we were on the floor. She slapped me across the face. Nails raked along my cheek, but the physical pain was minimal compared to what raged inside me now. I failed her. How could I have failed? Save her. Benjamin's voice returned to my mind, and I stilled. You're stronger than we were. You must save her, or there's no hope. Rina, you need to get control, I ordered. Push him back. Mazeroth's laughter became forced as the white eyes shifted back to gray. Rina sucked in a painful breath and shook her head. I can't hold him for long. He's stronger now. He's in too deep. I cupped her face in my hands and pressed my forehead to hers. I didn't say a word, gazing deeply into her eyes as I let the last of my walls down for her to see everything, feel everything I'd held back. Her lips parted and her brow furrowed. Her hands covered mine, and when her nails dug in and she gritted her teeth, about to lose control, I kissed her. A burst of warmth spread through me. Rina's gasp told me she felt it too. When we parted, her eyes were gray, and they remained that way for 30 seconds. Then a minute. You did it, I whispered, relieved. I don't know for how long. He's moving around, waiting. She backed away, in a panic. You have to tie me to a chair or something. If I get a hold of anything sharp. She didn't have to finish that sentence. Hadley dragged over a chair, and with Helena's help, she tied up their sister. As they finished off the last knot, the ropes glowed white with their magic for a few seconds. Mazeroth's laughter erupted from Rina's mouth. Her wrists twisted beneath the ropes as her eyes slid back to white. These won't hold me for long. You're out of time, Hunter, he told me, using the lips of the woman I loved. I glowered at Mazeroth, but didn't respond. That was what he wanted, to distract us. Right now, we needed to find a way to save Rina. Appearing ready to strangle me, Hadley dragged me away, leaving Helena and Edric to keep an eye on Rina. Douglas, Lincoln, and Vic joined Hadley and me. How do you know he's a general? Hadley asked sharply. And what's all this talk about Benjamin and Clarice? What the hell is going on? Mazeroth taunted Helena and Edric as he continued to try to break free of the ropes. There wasn't time to give them a full explanation, so I gave them the shortest version possible, ending with everything Benjamin showed me and his message about the rings. Lincoln rubbed a hand down his face, tugging on his beard. This is the same demon that possessed her before. Yeah, it is. You idiot, he yelled at me. And he's a general. Shit. No wonder the ritual didn't trap him. He already had a way into her soul after what the witches did. Not to mention, he's a hell of a lot stronger than we anticipated. Damn it. I'm sorry. Okay. I glanced at Rina, verifying Mazeroth was still in control. We were trying to understand all this past life shit ourselves. We didn't want to complicate things. Lincoln barked a laugh. Oh, this complicates matters all right. He mumbled a few more choice words as he spun away, stormed across the attic, then marched back. Rings. You said he mentioned rings. What did he mean? I'm not entirely sure, but, I said, talking over his grumbling, I think something happened that made an exorcism impossible. It's why she killed herself and took Mazeroth with her. And the rings. Hadley was bouncing on her feet, repeatedly glancing at her sister, who was bound to a chair and laughing like a madwoman. Onyx and silver. Benjamin had them forged to trap Mazeroth. Or to kill him. I don't know exactly, but they're our only hope now. Where the hell are they? I shook my head at Hadley's question. No freaking idea. Benjamin wasn't very forthcoming with that information. If the other ritual didn't work to trap him, what makes you think these rings will? Vic asked. I don't, but Benjamin made them specifically for this demon. Whatever Mazeroth did to Clarice, he's doing worse to Rena. If these rings are our only chance to save her, then I'm going to find them, and I'm going to use them to save her. I won't lose her again. My chest heaved as I finished my rant. You with me or not? They all nodded without hesitation. Now all I had to do was figure out where Benjamin stashed the rings. I turned back to Rena as she continued to tug at the ropes. I didn't want to leave her, but tracking down these rings was our last chance to save her. Save us both. I approached her, and the white faded back to gray. Rena. Hey, she whispered, weak and exhausted. How'd the talk go? Could have been worse. I need you to hang on. There's something I have to find. Might take some time. Not like I'm going anywhere, she teased, but the fear in her eyes overshadowed her smile. I'll be back as quick as I can. I leaned in to kiss her forehead, then her lips. My lips had barely touched hers when I drew back in disgust. Mazeroth. He threw his head back with a laugh. Rena had never been in control. Kissing demons. My, what would your brother think? He continued to giggle, eyes slipping fluidly from white to gray then back again. I'm afraid Rena's checked out for the moment. I'm not even sure she'll be coming back. Helena stomped forward, but I threw my arm out, stopping her. Ignore him. Yes, sound advice. Ignoring the demon who's going to kill you all, one by one. Slowly, excruciatingly. I turned around, ready to walk away when he called out, You'll never find them. It's already too late. You have lost again, demon hunter. Not as though you had a chance to defeat me. I'm not the one who's tied to a chair. Her smile widened. She lifted her arms, and the rope snapped, falling to the floor around the chair. Oops. I moved to grab her, but she spread her arms wide, and power exploded outward. Time seemed to slow as we were thrown into the walls of the attic. The wall behind Rena blew out, along with half of the roof. Thunder boomed outside as black storm clouds gathered. Rain pounded the earth and blew inside with a gusting cold wind. Lightning streaked the sky and struck the floor near Rena's feet as she dragged the storm inside. The wind pushed us back against the walls as rain and sleet lashed at our faces, drawing blood. Yelling as my muscles strained from the effort, I pushed off the wall trying to get to her, but another gust of wind sent me right back. I crashed into it and heard something hit the floor at my feet. You could have simply let her die, Mazeroth said with Rena's arms still spread wide as the storm whipped her auburn hair into a frenzy. Now you'll all die, and I will get what I want. A chance to open a doorway into hell, and let the armies of doom and fire march into your world. She pointed her finger around the room, finally landing on Hadley. I think we'll start with Rena's oldest sister. Or perhaps Rena's lover. I glared as Mazeroth's eyes narrowed on me. Bring it on, asshole. Let's see if you still feel so brave when the pain starts. He started forward as I tried in vain to push off the wall. My foot bumped an object that rattled across the floor. Glancing down, I spotted my compass. It had fallen from my pocket and split open. The back lay a few inches away from its face. My breath hitched. Resting against the compass were 2 rings. 2 onyx and silver rings. If Mazeroth noticed them or knew what they were, he made no indication. All I had to do was get the rings and use them. Come on, I told Mazeroth, squaring my shoulders and getting ready for a fight. Time to end this. He grinned with glee and licked his lips. Yes, indeed.
Chapter 16. Hedrina. Trapped inside my own mind and body, I screamed as Mazeroth pulled on my magic and tainted it with his demonic essence. I shrieked as loudly as I could, but there was no breaking through the darkness that shrouded me. All I could do was witness through my eyes as Mazeroth stalked closer to Norn. I'm going to enjoy this, Mazeroth said. My body hummed with his excitement. He let me see exactly what he planned to do with Norn. I shouted and cursed him, straining to get hold of my magic again. He grabbed Norn by the throat and lifted him off his feet as the storm continued to rage inside the attic. He threw him across the room. He rolled and crashed into a bookshelf. It collapsed atop him. He struggled to get up. The second he was on his feet, Mazeroth was there, striking him in the face, then kneeing him in the stomach. Norn attempted to fight back, but the demon dodged the attacks effortlessly, hooting all the while. Again and again, he struck Norn as the others in the room shouted and yelled for him to stop. Their cries weren't going to do anything. We failed. I failed. And now I was going to be forced to watch Mazeroth kill everyone I cared about. Watch as he tore Norn apart. I had to get free of this place. I had to save him, but how? I winced as Norn was thrown into another table, crashing to the floor in a heap. Blood dripped down his face. He wiped it away, a determined look in his dark brown eyes. He stared at Mazeroth, beckoning him forward again. No, he wasn't staring at Mazeroth. He was trying to look at me. To tell me something. What was it? His right hand clenched in a fist, but he didn't swing it. The rings, a voice said from behind me. I yelped in alarm. You, I muttered at the woman who appeared in the darkness with me. You're Clarice? In an ivory dress, the woman with flowing auburn hair smiled sadly. I am. And I'm sorry we were unable to stop him. Norn's groan of pain caught my attention. I turned back in time to see Mazeroth slashing long claws across his chest, drawing blood. Norn threw himself forward and tackled him, but the demon ended up pinning him to the floor, punching him over and over again. He has the rings, Clarice said louder. You have to break free to use them. It's the only way. Will it kill him? No, but it will trap him until you find a way to destroy him, she added. I'm hopeful you will. He's too strong. I can't get out of here. You must. Or you'll watch Mazeroth kill the man you love. Is that what you want? Of course not, I snapped. But I've been trying. Try harder. That is not helpful, I yelled, but Clarice was gone. Damn it, really? That's all you've got for me. Try harder. Fine. I've got this. I can do this. I'm stronger than a demon, General, right? I shook out my hands, knowing I wasn't. Norn's face was covered in blood. He was growing weaker. Any second now, Mazeroth would tire of playing with him and kill him. I rolled my head on my neck and flexed my fingers. This is your body. Your mind. He does not get to control you. I focused as hard as I could on the power inside me, on my magic this asshole had hijacked. He'd beaten me down for 2 years. No more. I was not alone, not like the last time. I had my sisters here with me. I had Norn. He loved me. There was no question at all about what we felt for each other or how strong it was. I let everything I felt since meeting him build inside me. It grew, casting light on the dark recesses of my mental prison. A comforting warmth chased away the chill Mazeroth caused in my limbs. Mazeroth raised his fist to smash Norn in the face as he pinned him to the wall, but his hand faltered. He snarled as he tried in vain to follow through with his attack. I cursed at the strain from trying to stop that fist from making contact. It was working. I grimaced through the pain, eager to get back full control. Mazeroth growled. His fist collided with the wall beside Norn's head. You never learn, do you? He muttered. I assumed he was speaking to me. Norn slumped against the wall, barely managing to stay on his feet. No, he answered the same time I did. Rena? Focus on me, Rena. Only on me. Be silent, Mazeroth snapped and backhanded him. Norn's head jerked to the side, but he came right back, locking onto Mazeroth's eyes. My eyes. Only on me, he repeated weakly. I did as he said, even as Mazeroth turned his attacks on me. Agony detonated through my soul, sending me to my knees in the darkness, but I didn't shut my eyes. Never looked away from Norn. He raised his right hand, which was closed in a tight fist. I pushed to my feet, bellowing my own fury at what Mazeroth had done to me over the last 2 years, and what he had done to Clarice. You will never win, I said through gritted teeth. You're going to die. He laughed darkly, trying to shove me further into the darkness, but I wouldn't be silenced, not this time. Norn's lips moved, but I didn't grab what he'd said. All I heard was my heart racing in my chest, as I fought with everything I had to regain control. The second I sensed my magic desperately reaching out for me, I grabbed it and held on. The shock of feeling it so fully again made me gasp. As if clawing through quicksand, I dragged myself out from under Mazeroth's control. I fell backward, but Norn was right there to catch me. "Can't hold him for long," I whispered, my voice and my breathing ragged. "I'm so sorry." "Don't," he grated out. "You ready?" He opened his right hand to reveal 2 rings. I didn't ask where they came from or how he got them. I couldn't have asked if I'd wanted to. The others hurried over, but I told them to stay back. We didn't know what was going to happen when we put those rings on. I didn't want anyone else to get hurt. I held out my left hand as I took one of the rings. Norn held out his right. We nodded, then slid the rings onto our fingers. Immediately, Mazeroth shrieked. I screamed along with him, my back arching as a jolt of pure ice shot through my core. He wildly threw himself around my body to get free. I ground my teeth, digging my nails into Norn's arms as he held me close. The storm that had died down exploded around us, throwing tables and chairs everywhere, tossing my sisters, Edric and the hunters, like rag dolls. Norn yelled at them to get out of the attic. I couldn't see if they obeyed him or not. Mazeroth's shrieks turned into guttural growls as he recited spells in a last-ditch effort to drag me back down. Norn grabbed my hand. The force of the pure white magic had us both breathless as it pulsed to life. The energy emanated from our clasped hands. Bits of the house tore away with Mazeroth's fury as he manifested behind me. His shadowy form was caught in sleet and wind gusts. He surrounded us, the evil of his essence pressing against the white magic. Norn wrapped both arms around me, never letting go of my hand as Mazeroth rose up to the sky, then came crashing down, aiming for us. Norn drew me into his chest and covered me with his body. The second Mazeroth's essence made contact with the white magic, he screamed in agony. I squinted through a blinding blast to see what had happened. His essence was quickly overwhelmed by the magic. He was sucked into our clasped hands. My jaw dropped at the sight. My hand and arm began to burn. Norn grunted in pain, and the magic crashed to the floor. The boards rumbled and started to collapse. The walls shook, as if the entire attic was about to come apart with us in it. Norn hauled me to my feet, and we raced for the door. We were nearly there when Mazeroth's final burst of magic sent us flying across the attic to the missing chunk of the wall. We tumbled out and headed straight for the ground. Just as we were about to strike, I shot my hand out, and a burst of wind rushed up to meet us, slowing our descent. We still hit hard, while Norn pivoted to cushion the fall for me. We rolled across the muddy ground and came to a stop, wrapped in each other's arms. I tried to stay conscious, but exhaustion and pain won out. My eyes slipped closed, Norn's hand tightly squeezed in mine. Chapter 17. Hedrina. The quiet was the first thing I noticed. Not just around me, but inside my mind. There was no sensation of being watched or someone moving around inside me. It was only me. The second thing I felt was a warm body next to mine. Slowly I opened my eyes to find myself with Norn in my bed. His face was battered and bruised, as was his neck and arms. Bandages were wrapped around the wounds on his chest, but his breathing was steady, as was his heartbeat when I rested my ear to his chest. "You're warm," he whispered sleepily. His eyes were open, and a relieved smile was on his lips. "And you're alive." He started to sit up, grunting. I pushed him back down gently. "We both are. I'm fine. You had the shit beaten out of you. You are not all right." His brow arched and his smile turned mischievous. "Wanna bet?" Despite his wounds and my protests, he dragged me even closer and kissed me soundly. I gently held his face in my hands. His arms wound tightly around me, and I let myself get lost in the feel of him pressed so firmly against my body. My own injuries started to protest after a few minutes, and I leaned back with a sigh. "How's everything up here?" He tapped my forehead. Good. Really good, actually. I'm not sure why or how, but it worked. The rings worked. That's not all they did. He frowned as he held up my left hand. That's interesting. What the hell? Covering my left hand, and all the way up my right arm was a tattoo. It shimmered in and out of view as I turned my arm one way, then another. The source appeared to be the ring on my finger. I tugged the shoulder of my t-shirt aside to see it extended to my shoulder, up and around it, then all the way down my side. I lifted my shirt to show Norn, then spotted similar markings mostly hidden by the bandages on his arm. You have it too. He tugged aside the bandages, his brow furrowing. Huh. The markings were also up his shoulder and then down his side. I tilted my head, studying them. Holy shit. What? I climbed off the bed with some effort, my legs stiffer than I expected them to be. How long had we up here? I removed my shirt and stood with my left side against his right. The markings darkened from the contact, and there between us an intricate cage was formed. A set of gleaming red eyes glared out at us from behind the bars, tattooed on our skin. Mazeroth, I whispered. He's trapped between us. He's too strong for one person to hold. I backed away and the markings faded, as did Mazeroth's eyes. He's still here then. But he's trapped. He can't get to you or me now. We have the time we need to figure out how to get rid of him for good. What if we can't? Then I've doomed you to a life of torment. I turned my back on him and glared at the wall. This wasn't what I wanted, not even close. I wanted Mazeroth trapped, but not at the expense of Norn's freedom. Maybe if you take the ring off, it'll undo it. I won't have you suffering as I did. Rena, he said sternly, but I shook my head, staying facing the wall. If I made eye contact with him, I'd lose the ability to keep arguing. Nope. This isn't right. I did this to myself. There has to be a way to ensure I'm the only one who has to keep him trapped. I'll take your ring. That should do it, right? With my mind racing, I didn't realize he was out of bed until I sensed his presence behind me. Slowly, I spun around. The intensity of his gaze stopped the words from leaving from my mouth. He moved closer. I backed away, trying to keep distance between us so I could think straight. My back hit the wall, and he rested his hands on either side of my head, trapping me. Norn. He leaned down until his eyes were level with mine. My breath caught, and his lips twitched in a knowing smile. If you think for 1 second I'm going to let you carry this burden alone, you're wrong. I won't let you do this for me. You don't have a choice. I watched you nearly die too many times in the last week, he muttered, his voice rough with the emotions. I'm in this with you for the long haul, no matter what that means. But his kiss cut me off. I melted into him, tugged him even closer, pressing myself to his chest until I remembered his injuries. I tried to protest again, but he simply intensified the kiss. Are you two? Never mind, Hadley muttered as she quickly turned around and exited the room, pulling the door closed. Don't open any wounds, she called from the hall. Chapter 18. Hedrina. I nursed a cup of steaming coffee as I stood at the doorway to the attic. The house was going to take a lot to repair. We'd suggested using magic to fix the damage, but Edric and Norn had immediately protested. They said they needed a project to keep them busy. I grinned, resting my head against the doorframe. It had been about a week since Mazeroth was trapped between Norn and me. A week since I'd heard or felt him at all. The only other question I was left with was what happened to the knife. After we cleaned up the attic, it was missing. I prayed it had been destroyed, but something told me that wasn't the case. I'd worry about it later. Norn was sticking around, of course. It'd be good for Melancholy to have a resident demon hunter, especially after all the crazy shit that had been going on. Every day was spent with Norn, at the shop or here at the house getting the greenhouse back together. He enjoyed watching me paint in the evenings while he read. There was still the issue of Mazeroth merely having been trapped instead of destroyed. Now that issue didn't seem as depressing as it had before. Now I had hope. I sensed Norn as he came up behind me and kissed my neck. Hey, the hunters are getting ready to head out. All of them? Yeah, why? I shrugged, leaning back into him as he wrapped his arms around my waist. Nothing, just seemed like Douglas and Helena were sort of hitting it off this last week. He has been hanging around her a lot. Just a bit. Guess we'll go walk them to the town line. Neither of us made to move though. Are they leaving right now? His chuckle hummed through me as he turned me around. His lips covered mine in a kiss that left us both breathless, and me pressed against the wall. He grunted as he pulled away and took my hand. Come on. Once they're gone, we can pick up where we left off. Done. Everyone was gathered on the front porch as we exited the house. The first few days after the incident, we had to deal with several rounds of lectures from my sisters and the hunters about keeping back pertinent information. Our house was certainly getting a bit more on the crowded side. When Norn announced he was obviously going to be sticking around, I'd told him he was moving in with us. There was no point in waiting, not when we knew we were meant to be together. Eventually, I would think about moving out of the family house, but for now it was good to have everyone under one roof. We walked and talked as we all made our way through town to where the hunters had parked their SUV. I tugged on Norn's arm, then pointed to Helena. She and Douglas had been chatting non-stop since leaving the house. Norn smirked and shook his head, seemingly not believing his friend could be that sociable with a woman. We passed Sheriff Burney and Mr. Jenkins. They waved, giving us curious glances. Everyone in town had heard the explosion, and more than a few stopped by to check on us. We came up with a simple explanation for why a chunk of the house was missing. None of them believed it, but it was better than the alternative. Mr. Jenkins grinned as he glanced at our clasped hands. You're really going to have to tell me what you and he talked about, I muttered. That's a secret. Aha. Not sure I like you having secrets with him. He let go of my hand and placed his arm around my shoulders instead, kissing the top of my head. I leaned into his side, soaking in his warmth, and happy I wasn't saying goodbye to him today. Once we reached the SUV, I shook Vic's hand and Lincoln's, thanking them again for coming. I still want weekly updates, Lincoln informed me. The amount of power in those rings is incredible. And we'll keep working on the problem on our end, Vic assured me. She hugged Norn and kissed his cheek just like a mom would. You stay out of trouble. Understood? Yes, ma'am. She hugged us both one more time, then told Douglas to hurry up. He was laughing about something with Helena when a cell phone started ringing. He pulled it out of his pocket and frowned, not answering it right away. What's wrong? Helena asked. It's the same number that called us about coming here. He hesitated, then answered it. Hello? Norn's face went carefully blank, as it typically did when he was thinking. I glanced at my sisters, wondering what was going on when Douglas pulled the phone from his ear and hung up. Well? Norn asked. She said trouble's coming, and we better be ready for it. She? My stomach dropped as I asked, did she give a name? No, but I recognized the voice. It's the same witch who called about the demonic disturbance in Maine. Wait, she was a witch? Hadley exclaimed. You're sure? What else would she be? Hadley started talking about our missing sister. Shimmering caught my eye. I moved away from the group slowly, squinting at the strange light at the edge of town. Rena. Norn followed me. What's wrong? I pointed. What is that? Together, we walked toward it as the shimmering became more noticeable. People out on the sidewalks or in their cars watched it too. A vehicle headed down the road leaving town, but as soon as it reached the shimmering light, it collided. Except it collided into nothingness. Norn and I ran forward to help the driver out of his car. Mayor Dillwood shook his head, confused as he stared at what was clearly a barrier preventing anyone from leaving town. What happened? He asked, frowning. I don't know. I craned my head back as the shimmering light stretched upward, then started to reach over the town. Whatever it is, I doubt it's good news. The shimmering moved higher and higher, and when it reached the center of town, it came together with other walls of the same strange barrier. A bright flash of light rippled across the sky and down to the ground. It quaked hard enough to set off car alarms and make me fall into Norn as we stumbled over our feet, trying to keep our balance. When it finally stopped, large dark clouds rolled in from the edges of the barrier surrounding Melancholy. Thunder rumbled as large white snowflakes fell from the sky. I held out my hand, catching several on my palm. They instantly melted. Snow. Norn held out his hand. He frowned and then his eyes widened. The shimmering barrier and the snow. You don't think? I nodded, even though he didn't finish the thought because he didn't have to. Snow globe. I think we're trapped in a freaking snow globe. Trouble wasn't coming our way. It was already here. The only question I had now was if it was our sister behind this, why had she called to warn us? More importantly, why had she sent the demon hunters here in the first place? A crow's caw caught my attention. 3 flew through the snow, calling out as they passed overhead. Heather. What mess had she gotten us into now?
Thank you for listening. This has been a Ciara Graves book. Don't forget to subscribe and ring the bell to be notified of new releases.